Always on my mind, always in my brain, yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain, yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. I can feel you near when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are stepping back in to the land of the dawn with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Today is day 3 on week 2, and we have some exciting matchups. This is going to be King of the Hill. We've seen an insane turnout when Ackerman kind of tried to pave their way through climbing that ladder and then taken out by the Survey Corps. But now we are doing another King of the Hill. And today, to start it off, we have Nefarious going up against Ohana. But it looks like possibly a little bit of bug in the lobby, so you may have to restart it. But what are we looking forward to today, Deck? You got any teams you're kind of looking out for?
I'm looking out for Ackerman. We do have Ackerman confirmed to be jumping in, right? And they had some big words, namely from T, right? Hopping in the general chat earlier in the Scrim Academy. Quick to let me know tonight they are not trolling, which is a lot of the allegations. The last time they were here, there was a lot of trolling, which was the reason they lost. But they said tonight there's no games being played. 10 minutes guaranteed coming from T. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what they bring tonight and how these teams respond to that trash talk, right? They got to be fired up for tonight.
Definitely fired up. And we've seen the Fairies kind of like making their way in between some teams inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I'm not really sure what I would rate them at the moment, but I'd say kind of mid-tier so far. So hopefully today, maybe they'll climb up in the rankings. As we got to come out with a video soon and kind of break down these teams and who we kind of rate as the top tier teams for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 1.
Absolutely. And I mean, just based off what we've seen, right, in this halfway point of like the second week, I mean, it's already shifted, right? The teams we thought were kind of sitting at the top last week, falling a little bit from their grace, and we have some teams rising up right now, you know, leaving their mark. Teams like TSC, right, the Survey Corps, coming way from left field this week. I mean, they're currently on a tear, sitting at 5-0 this week through the first night of King of the Hill and their scrim they had scheduled last night against Nefarious.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting night indeed. And like I said, Ackerman wanted to possibly jump in today as well. One of the top teams in North America. And we've just been seeing so much progression, not only from top teams, but from players that have been kind of, you know, perfecting their craft each and every day over on the Scrim Academy. We've seen the Survey Corps. You know, we were kind of a little shaky when they got in here, but I feel like within just 1 week, taking out one of the best teams in North America definitely just shows you how much practice can, you know, how far practice can take you. And now I gotta say, I really want to see if they do jump in today's King of the Hill, who will be able to knock them down. But what is our record so far, Decker? I believe we have 4 in a row over there by the side of Fuego, but it wasn't 4 in a row in King of the Hill. It was 4 in a row just total overall throughout the week.
4 in a row total. Yeah, Wavo was 4 in a row total. They were 3 in a row in King of the Hill, which is also the same case for the Survey Corps, right? They're also 3-0. But the difference is, I do believe Wavo lost their next one in King of the Hill, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're 3-1.
Yeah,
I'll have to double check. I'll have to double check. But I do know TSC for sure is 3-0. So
no, they're 3-1. I remember that match. They're 3-1. Yeah.
The Wavo?
Yeah, the Wavo is 3-1.
Okay, so yeah, they're done. TSC has a chance to go ahead and surpass and be that first team to get that 4 in a row, right? So looking forward to see that. I don't think they're going to be participating tonight, though. I do believe you both said 2 of their players are missing. So while we would love to see it, I'm not going to bank on it. Don't think we'll get to see them tonight. But still, the next time they do step foot, that record will still be intact. But that doesn't mean someone tonight can't pass them by, right? Anyone can show up tonight and go ahead and take those 3 wins and potentially a 4th one.
I think we need a poll going on to say what team do you think will break that record for 4 wins in a row for King of the Hill. Maybe just put all the team names on there that we know are going to compete. But you guys that are watching, definitely place your votes as well. Some of the teammates, if you are that confident and you think your team can hold on to that crown for 4 games in a row, definitely show that confidence now and kind of claim that spot. I want to see which team kind of comes on top. We're definitely going to make some stats about that and some cool things in the future for whoever does break that record. But we've seen, what do we call it? The 3-game curse? You know, 3 matches.
Yeah,
it just seems that 4th one just hits a little different.
Absolutely. But like we said, TSC did break that one, right? They did pass the 3-0 mark. Wavo lost theirs in the King of the Hill, and then they also lost it in their scrim. But I'm banking on Survey Corps. I'm low-key becoming a Survey Corps fan. I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to get biased with them. I love seeing those guys play. Right? I like seeing the teams that, you know, no one really paid any mind to when they first show up, and they kind of just, I don't know, they found their groove, right? They found their own rhythm, and it's been paying off for them. So I hope they keep doing well in the academy. As long as with other teams, I hope a lot of these other teams are taking note, right, and putting in that work. We've seen a lot of teams showing up day in and day out. Every time we host these events, we get a large turnout. We see a couple repeating names, right? So I'm hoping everyone's kind of catching up and looking to do big things here at the MLSA.
That's right. Speaking of big things, ladies and gentlemen, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is officially live over on YouTube. That's right. Definitely go over there and watch from there to support your MLSA staff, and also check in for future events as clips, highlights from these teammates will all be available there, and so much more. So definitely stay on edge with up and coming content over there on the YouTube channel. But if there's any teams out there that do want to register, you're more than welcome to, is in order to kind of participate inside of these scrims, to get the most out of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy in terms of practice, to prepare for future events such as NA, MPL, you have to register on our official Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. From there, it's free game. First come, first serve. Definitely show up, show out, and claim your name in the Land of the Dawn. We did have a little bit of a technical difficulty, though, from both sides, so sorry on that delay, as one member was actually... got kicked out of the lobby, so we are about to start it back up. And I know, like we said, TSE won't be in this one, but Nefarious and Ohana, so maybe we might see another team kind of try and take that title and go for the 4 wins in a row.
Absolutely. And like I said, how I mentioned, the way Ackerman was talking, they better get in here, right, and break that record. They were talking some serious trash. Some of the first bits of trash we've had here in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, wanting to let everyone know what was going to happen tonight. So if anyone's going to do it, I'm going to have to bank on them. They're kind of out there letting us know what's going to happen. So I expect great things, right? When you make comments like that, you kind of got to back it up, right? You don't want to look bad after making a comment like 10-minute games to everyone tonight, no trolling. You better stand on your word and make it happen. So I'm looking forward to see Ackerman and company come in here and maybe break that record before TSC gets the chance to.
That's right. You definitely got to watch out what you say, because it might bite you, in the back end if you're not careful. But speaking of these games, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready, and we are jumping straight into the draft for Nefarious versus Ohana. Now, Deku, this is the first time we've seen Ohana compete in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Any thoughts on their team?
We've seen Ohana play, right? Before we opened up the Scrim Academy, we had them over there in Weaselton, right? Your original server, when we were hosting scrims through there. And Ohana, one of those newer teams, right? Definitely a newer team, but it does look like, to me, for the most part, they still have the majority of the roster. I think they have 2 substitutes in. I don't know if these are potential pickups, maybe some new players they're looking to filter in, but those bottom 3 members, right? Amelia, Randy, Mel, they are familiar faces from that side. So maybe a little bit of synergy potentially coming out from those 3 players, maybe to lead the way for these new guys, maybe show them how to get it done as they go up against a kind of a proven team, though. They do have a nice little matchup up against Nefarious. So it'll be interesting to see how Ohana stacks up, right, against a little more competition tonight, as they, like you said, have their first participation in the MLSA.
Now, I love seeing new teams, right? We kind of seen it in the scheduled scrims with Nova Corps making that special appearance, going against Huevo. And when you have those newer teams, it's kind of hard to tell what direction the match will go, all the way from the draft into synergy and in-game macro and micro rotations, right? So, seeing a new team like the side of Ohana, Nefarious hasn't really faced them before, so definitely going to expect them to play a little bit safer, and you're kind of seeing that in their bans right now, that more generic route, taking out that Fanny. Not sure if they have a Fanny player. Definitely a wise decision indeed. Taking out that Kaja, even though they had first pick, probably not trying to prioritize that. Taking out that Joy to kind of top that off, one of those annoying fast mobility heroes who's very hard to kind of, punish. So a very solid ban for the side of Nefarious.
Definitely a solid ban from the side of Nefarious. Speaking of solid, the Valentina, right? I know a couple times that we've seen the Valentina get picked up this early. I kind of have my question marks, right? Because it was like, okay, you pick up the Valentina, but now they can kind of avoid providing you some of those good ultimates that you would like to take with the IMU. But now I look at it a little bit differently, right? And that might be the way the teams look at it. It's a good deterrent, right? When you pick up the Valentina, you do make the opposing side have to stop and think, right? You can kind of affect their draft. What they originally wanted to go for may no longer be optimal, right, facing up against that IMU. But we do see, right, Ohana does go ahead and still pick up that Grok, offering up that wall charge for the IMU. They also do slot in the Lu Yi. And speaking of first time participating, it'll be 2 new participants, Ohana and Lu Yi, as I believe this is the first time we'll see Lu Yi step out here in the MLSA.
Now, I'm a big fan of Lu Yi. That yin-yang, definitely hard to deal with, especially if you have a team that's very heavily frontline composition. But looking at the side of the affairs, you're not really seeing that too much. I mean, you have Wan for the back line, using that crossbow tang to try and get that wipe out. Definitely that early aggressive marksman at that. You do have a little bit of frontline with some to prove over there on the Carmilla, and looks like he is going to go with that Vengeance, which may possibly be slotted as either an XP or a roam. You have the Valentina, another backline hero, but can kind of stop those invades, being able to use that Horrify to kind of slow those enemies and stop them in their tracks. But like I said, Lu Yi, she works when heroes are grouped together, right? You know Carmilla's going to rush in. You can hit her with that yin yang and get some CC off of that. You can also teleport across the map for some power plays. And I think it's definitely a smart move and not something we've seen for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy yet. But the question is, how will Amelia perform? You're definitely going to have to be careful on placement and create those opportunities for your team.
Definitely. Speaking of creating opportunities, though, we do see Phobius get banned out from the side of affairs, right? Going to create a little more wiggle room for Fushi on this Wan to play around. And same with the Ignore on the Valentina, right? 2 blink heavy characters now with a little more safety net, right? Not having to deal with that demonic force does get taken out. But also from the side of Ohana, they take out Minstar, which could have potentially been a slot for them, maybe looking for a dash of their own, right? Maybe something like a Benedetta. Speaking of Benedetta, now that I think about it, Azumi, right? The Benedetta is free. You have the Phobius and Minotaur banned out. I'm not sure if Ohana knows who they're facing. This could be the green light, right, for Azumi to pick up that comfort pick, one of those keys to victory that we pointed out for Nefarious here. This could have been a little bit of a setup for Ohana unknowingly.
Yeah, definitely got to watch as time will tell. Now, looking at the side of Ohana, right? They have the marksman, they have the mage, they have Grok, who can kind of be slotted as the XP, but more typically in that roam position. So they still need a jungler. Looking at what's still on the board, Lehmore being taken out, Martis being taken out, some of the top junglers for an A, but deciding to slot in another hero we have not seen yet, picking up that Alduis.
Definitely. We haven't seen these characters, and we haven't seen this much confidence from a team coming out here for the first time with 2 new picks inside of the MLSA. This will definitely be interesting to see. We have not seen Alduis. I haven't seen Alduis anywhere. Not in the MLSA, not in ranked, not even in any recent.
Not even in Classic.
Not even in Classic, right? Not seeing Alduis at all. But, you know, I'm always open to see teams kind of branch out, right? These are scrims. This is the opportunity to try out those innovative ideas, bring something fresh out here, right? No need to use the tried and true. We know what works, right? Let's go for something else. Let's practice. Come up with some new answers, some new ideas. So I am happy to see these picks get slotted in. Speaking of picks getting slotted in, though, we see a Hanzo getting locked in by Chupapi No Easy.
Oh man, this is history just in the making from both sides. They're just showing so much new stuff, and I love to see it. But like we said, when you pick these wild card picks, I know you mentioned a little bit of innovation, but at the same time, if with these wild cards, sometimes it gets a little tricky to perform on them as they're not typically used. But my question is there a game plan for this? We see a lot of teams kind of draft some crazy things and then underperform on them. So I'm hoping for both sides they have a plan. You have that Hanzo who is going to rush in and from a distance be able to take that fight. But the question is, will they be able to pull it off against the team, over there on Ohana? We are seeing that Alduis kind of running around the map, getting those stacks, needing to kind of be more that late game damage dealer. But the question is, will Nefarious let Ohana go to late game? We don't have too much information, as like I said, this is the first time Ohana is competing for the MLSA, and I think we are going to see not only history in the making, but a possible good match with some new picks for the MLSA.
Absolutely. This could be a tide turner here as we head into this match. But as we speaking of things, with this match underway, I kind of want to go over these win conditions, right? From the side of Ohana, they have an interesting lineup. Definitely without a doubt. I mean, there's a Zilong and Aldous, a Lu Yi, but with these new picks comes new ways, right, to play out on the map as far as engages. You have the teleportation coming out from Lu Yi. And actually, you know what? I take it back. We did see Lu Yi used once before by Straw Hats, right? They secured that win on the Survey Corps early on in the first week of the Academy. That does open up some ability, right, for those cross-map plays, those crazy ambushes, right, that could lead to some kills. And I feel like Ohana should play to that strength. Definitely surround themselves around Amelia. Look for those creative engages. Even with the Aldous, right, with that chase, the contract soul definitely could open up the vision, right, on the map and potentially stack that up with the teleportation and find the right spots, right, to get in those flank positions when you pair those two ults together. So definitely for the side of Ohana, creativity is the name of the game. But from the side of Nefarious, it's pretty simple, right? Get that crossbow tank unlocked, get those links down, and find a way to steal some of that utility with this Valentina to make those team fights kind of go into your hand.
There's definitely a lot of interesting utility, a lot of interesting ultimates at both sides' disposal. But the question is, like we said, how would they perform? But speaking of performance, Izumi in a bad situation as a 3v1, but quickly able to get out with the mobility over on Cho. A little bit of that dash to kind of escape with the anti-CC as well. But while we are speaking about these teams, Turtle is going to spawn in. And the question is, which team will take this first neutral objective?
Absolutely. And for both sides, right, it's kind of questionable. Both junglers can kind of get focused pretty hard. Neither one very durable. Speaking of getting focused here, Nefarious is quickly taking out this turtle with Ohana being out of position, but it looks like they might find something now.
Ooh, something to prove. Able to secure that turtle with the retribution, and the zone is from his team, but at what cost? As you see the way of Dragon on Izumi connecting onto Mel, and down goes Zilong. Fight not over though. Drax forced to try and rush off, trying to hug onto that wall for that anti-CC. You see the Pinnacle Ninja going in, trying to get a kill. Chupapi getting a kill on to Grok, though. Down goes Drax, and that is 2 kills in the hand of Nefarious, and not only 2 kills, they were also able to secure that turtle.
Definitely, and I find it a little questionable, right? I felt like the side of Ohana was about to make a play on Izumi on this Cho. They had a couple members in that bush, right? Unaware Izumi was as he was walking into it, but not able to find anything, right? And somehow actually going away with no kills and losing that turtle. Speaking of kills, they do pick up one in the bot lane. A little more action, though. You
do see Randy taking out Chupapi in the process of 1-for-1 trade, but not done as the Yin Yang trying to go in by Amelia to burst down Valentina, but able to escape with that mobility.
Does escape with that mobility, and right now the side of Nefarious kind of escaping away with the lead. They are currently up 2k gold, right, and up 3-1 in terms of kills. A little bit of frustration, right, from the side of Ohana. Things not kind of going their way right now in the early. Weezy, you there?
You do see the rushing by the Pinnacle Ninja. My bad, I had it muted for you. You do see him rushing in. Hanzo trying to get that kill over there on to Leslie, but Lu Yi quickly teleporting for some defense to provide that zonage and to protect their marksman. Chupapi trying to rush in over there on Carmilla, but not able to make anything happen. But you do see a heavy proxy on the lane as they are going to try and put some pressure down. Hanzo just showing that dominance. Pinnacle Ninja coming out. You do see Grok, the ultimate stolen by Valentina, using that wild charge, connecting and getting a double kill onto Drax and on to Lady over there on the Leslie. What a play, and allowing them to take that tower. But over on the bottom side, an answer back, and you do see a kill go down over there. But a triple kill in the hands of, who pulled that off? Valentina. What a play. Looks a little bit of chat on Hanzo. This is interesting, but I think like you said, wildcard picks definitely leaning in the favor for Nefarious right now.
Absolutely. Ooh, speaking of picks though here.
Ooh, he's trying to go in with that Pinnacle Ninja, able to connect onto Mel, and down he goes, increasing that kill lead 7-2. Turtle has spawned in. You do see a fight over in the mid lane though. Looks like Lu Yi caught in a bad situation and quickly penalized by Valentina, and down she goes, forcing Randy on the recall. But over on the bottom side, another kill as Leslie gets quickly bursted down with the over aggressiveness of Fushi with that early game advantage. Wan stacked up with that Inspire.
Definitely stacked up with that Inspire, and the whole team of Nefarious stacked up with a little bit more. Let's go ahead and take a look at these items. I've seen a couple powerful pickups. We do see the clock getting picked up by Valentina in lieu of those kills, right? 4-0-3 already, definitely going to help with the economy. Hanzo already with the DHS, Wan with that deadly corrosion side. We know how annoying she can get once she starts landing those basic attacks with the corrosion side. Almost impossible to escape. Double dominance ice locked in, so already sustained out of the way for the side of Ohana.
But Nefarious, Valentina getting overly aggressive, able to get a double knockup, stealing the ultimate over there by Drax, that wild charge from Grok, but quickly taken down as you are not the roam. You don't have the sustainability, and quickly realizing that was really not the move to make. Killing spree though activated on the top side as Fushi rushes in, is able to get a kill, stacked up with Chupapi, taking down Randy.
Definitely stacked up. We do see him pick up that DHS though, but that Valentina, right, trying to stack up 3 members there for that wild charge. It worked earlier, right, in that bot lane, picking up those kills, but might have been a little overzealous there. It's not going to work too many times. Those kind of plays, like you said, not exactly as tanky just because you take this kill. Speaking of tanky, Leslie not durable enough, gets taken out by something to prove down there in the bot lane. Nefarious definitely right now applying so much pressure. I believe they're up, what is that, 6K, about 7K gold there in their favor on the board, and a lot of towers right now. Ohana not being able to slow them down in any way. Doesn't have a tower up for those. Speaking in the tower here,
Randy getting a kill on to ignore this name on the Valentina. Again, a little over aggressive, but another tower falling on the top side. A little bit of a trade-off, which still worked in the favor of Nefarious, continuing to maintain that pressure on the map. But speaking of pressure, Mel with the split push over on the Xylong right now, trying to take at least something off of this heavy advantage that Nefarious has already taken.
Absolutely. And while we're speaking about Melly, right, we've seen him in our own scrims before the Scrim Academy opened up. Speaking of open up here.
Chupapi getting a kill onto Drax, just trying to run away, but being slowed and also getting that instant damage over there by Fushi, not able to escape. But Pinnacle Ninja going in, a little bit of a knockup to cancel it out, and Randy is going to go ahead and go back to the base. And we're not really seeing much on the side of Ohana in terms of objectives right now. Looking like Xylong trying to kind of split push and create this opportunity. But man, oh man, it is not looking good. 12-4. And this is what we like to say is that snowball method that Nefarious is trying to do. But the question is, will they be able to close it out? They know they have that late game Alduis, and they were trying to finish early.
Absolutely. As the game goes on, it definitely can kind of swing into the favor of Ohana, right? The Xylong and the Aldo is both very strong as the game translates. Speaking of translate here.
Ooh, you do see a fight. Pinnacle Ninja rushing in, taking out Lady. Down goes Leslie. Fighting out over though. Drax trying to escape on a 2v1 situation. Izumi trying to get that kill and able to connect with the G Kondo, and down goes Grok. You do see Randy rushing in over there on Aldous, but not able to make anything happen and decides to disengage. But 2 members falling on the side of Ohana, a 14-4 lead in favor of Nefarious. But Randy rushing back in, securing that kill for Valentina. I'm trying to scratching my head right now on the thought process behind that, but at least they were able to take a kill as Randy kind of forced ignore this name to kind of rush in a little overly aggressively on the Valentina. But Mel rushing away, trying to escape Izumi's Pinnacle Ninja. CC, by the way, the Dragon, and something to prove, finishing him off with that Pinnacle Ninja.
Definitely finishing him off. And right now, I mean, we're seeing kind of a slaughter going on, down 10K, 16-5 on the board here. The side of Ohana is in a pit, right? Even with those late game picks, when you have those late game picks, it doesn't mean, you know, you kind of just give away everything in the early and kind of throw away that early to mid and then just play tower defense until you hit those power spikes, right? The further you are behind in this early to mid, the harder it is to reach into that late game potential. I mean, we're only 9 minutes into the match, right? Almost approaching that 10-minute mark, and they are just down catastrophically here. They're only holding on to these inhibitors and barely already almost losing the bot inhibitor, right? And this is all before this Lord is about to spawn in.
Yeah, definitely a lot in the favor of Nefarious. They have room to make mistake right now. In the side of Ohana, they are on a very difficult situation. Lord about to spawn in 4 seconds. They are trapped in that base with down to only their inhibitors and losing 1 as Lord does spawn in the game. Keep in mind, we're only 10 minutes in. still in that early phase as we are going to slowly trickle in to the mid game. But right now, the power spikes are just continuing to rise for the side of Nefarious as they are going to quickly burst down this Lord.
Definitely bursting down that Lord. And like you said, only at the 10-minute mark, there is still somewhat in the mid-game, but the side of Nefarious already looking like the late game. We see so many items picked up from the side of Nefarious. One already has the Corrosion, DHS, Windtalker, Malefic, right? The side of Ohana barely having any defensive items now, so once they do get them in, already going to be met with resistance from that pin, right? Valentina already having the Clock, the Enchanted, the Genius, the Penetration is already there. The side of Nefarious with the Cho and the Carmilla having those sturdy, durable items, right, already locked in, providing that frontline capability for the rest of those members of Nefarious to hop in and do some of that damage.
Yeah, definitely going to be a hard fight indeed. Definitely an uphill battle right now for the side of Ohana as Lord is slowly making his way down that bottom lane. Now the question is, how will Nefarious capitalize on it? Are they going to go for this early finish? They do have a lot in their favor right now, and I'm not sure Ohana can fight them off. You do see Yin Yang going in, trying to burst down the back line. Fushi taking some serious damage, which is looking a little bit promising for the defensive side over on Ohana with Amelia on Lu Yi.
Yeah, the damage looks promising. Oh, whoa there. The Mel able to find that kill on Fushi. Not going to make it back for the recall. Speaking of not making it back for the recall, though.
Pinnacle Ninja taking half of his health, forcing him in a... Whoa! Man, his mobility is insane, but looks like the Pinnacle Ninja ran out of juice, giving him a little bit additional time to run away, but at what cost? Quickly bursted down, and Something to Prove says, man, screw the Pinnacle Ninja. I'm going to run up there myself and take him out in my physical form.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a long ride. I was a little surprised to be able to go find Fushi, but, you know, it's interesting to note, right? We did say that the Zilong pick was a little something we haven't seen before in the MLSA, but we have seen the Zilong at a melee in other scrims, right? Before the Academy opened up, it's actually one of his comforts. So while it's surprising to see in the MLSA, I'm not very surprised by who we're seeing it slotted on. We're actually seeing the side of Ohana be in a similar position, kind of like this, right? Falling behind to a snowball composition, and then way out of nowhere, Melly, you see him like 15-3, imposing his will to bring his team back and actually securing that win. So while they are down right now quite a bit, I wouldn't be surprised, right, if the side of Nefarious makes some mistakes so they can kind of come back from this.
Speaking of mistakes, Mel falling over there on the side of Ohana and leaving him in a 4v5 situation. Drax getting hit with his own ultimate in the knockup. Amelia getting a kill onto Azumi in the process for a trade. Chupapi taking out Drax, leaving a 2v4 situation. Are they going to be able to hold him off? No! Ignore the same. Taking out Amelia, and down it goes. A wipeout as Something to Prove takes out Leslie, and down goes the tower. Game goes to Nefarious for the King of the Hill. Week 2, day 3. Man, this is insane. I gotta say, we have the Kings now, Nefarious. First time seeing Ohana compete. But man, oh man, did it look tough. Definitely going to have to kind of come in with a little bit better of a game plan. I think they said they had a little bit of MS issues, though. So maybe playing on the Central server in the future may make it a little bit easier for them. But nonetheless, an impressive game indeed from the side of Nefarious.
Definitely. And while lag may have been an issue, like a bit of that draft could have been an issue too. I see the creativity going through the heads, but the execution just isn't there. And that's kind of where it goes back to where, you know, take the simple win conditions, right? Don't overcomplicate it. Kind of go for what's tried and true. Kind of like Nefarious, right? Besides the Hanzo pick, all the rest of those picks are pretty common, right? Locked in, highly contested pick and ban champs that lead to great success, right? So maybe the side of Ohana might need to follow on those footsteps and kind of just make the game easier for themselves.
Definitely got to make it a little bit easier, as that was definitely an uphill battle and a more dominant side for Nefarious. But like we said, Nefarious has a little bit more time in the Scrim Academy than Ohana, so to be fair, they've kind of, you know, went through the trials and errors through week 1 of the MLSA, and definitely you are seeing some major improvement from them. And like I said, we are building that tier list, so we're kind of looking at these teams and trying to figure out, you know, an overall understanding of how they kind of fare against the others. And I'm definitely saying Nefarious is a team to kind of watch out for.
Absolutely. And I'm looking to see what else we can observe from these two teams when we head into another King of the Hill match here shortly.
Yeah, we are going to jump into another King of the Hill match. We just got to pull in this team real quick. So like I said, I appreciate you guys being here. If you do want to compete and you have a team, make sure you guys register by signing up officially on our Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord. Every Monday and Wednesday is King of the Hill. Best of one. Winning team stays on to continue up that ladder. Right now, the record is 3 wins in a row. No team able to break that. So today, we might be able to see it. Can Nefarious pull it off, as they already got 1 win under their belt? We will be back with you guys momentarily as we pull in these teams.
Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. To forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, oh. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Oh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. I can feel you near when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, oh. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you, the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Woo! I can feel it when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you, the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the Land of the Dawn. We'd seen an insane game led by Nefarious taking out Ohana Esports, but that's not all, as King of the Hill is still progressing with the crown being worn by Nefarious and an upcoming challenger, the Straw Hats, which is actually, funny thing, Coach Deku's team. Now, Deku has a lot of hope on them. He's been kind of hyping them up, building them, preparing them for this tournament scene. But the question is, do they have enough to take down the current kings of the hill? But enough about that. We are going to jump into the game. And I got to ask you, Deku, what are you looking forward to seeing from your star prospects for King of the Hill today?
I'm looking for a win. That's what I'm looking for. But seriously, I mean, the team I've talked to them, right? I haven't been able to get into their ear heavily. Recently, I've been able to get a little more talking points in with them. Obviously, since we opened up the Scrim Academy, I've been a little more busier. But I try to, dote in here and there, help them out. But Straw Hats is, like you said earlier, a little self-sufficient, right? They take their losses, they take their wins, and they always head back to the server, and they get their reviews in, get that those rank matches in, and get the practice in and analyzing what went wrong and what might have went right. I mean, their team chemistry is like through the roof. For like a new team, like those guys are really bonded. And tonight they told me they said they wanted a little more praise from me talking about them. And I said, well, if you guys can give me a win tonight, you get all the praise you want. And so they assured me tonight when they show up, they're definitely going to take out whoever they're matched up against. So I'm expecting to see them follow through. They definitely got to give me at least one win tonight. I do think we could potentially see it. I think this is the main lineup here, but they have 1804, right? 1804 was from the OTS lineup, but we have moved him down to Straw Hat, so they got a little more firepower in that gold lane.
And this is, I believe you'd say their official roster, right? The 1804 taking that final spot. So this is like official Straw Hats now.
Yep, absolutely. Done with kind of little trial and errors. Now a little more solidified. Now solidified into this second week into the Scrim Academy. And this will be the first time for me to get to see them play with this lineup. Like you said, this solidified lineup for the first time in the 20 lobby setting.
Now, that's what's super exciting. I've kind of seen the journey of Straw Hats from the ground up, helping kind of facilitate some of the movement in the background for it. And to see them have a finalized roster is definitely super exciting indeed. 1804, we've seen him perform over on OTS, definitely a master marksman and a solid pickup for any team in the MLSA. And then to see these new members kind of being that front face is exciting. I want to see what they pull off today. They are going against Nefarious. We've seen how Nefarious kind of plays. Smart at drafting, doesn't make too many wild card picks, sometimes out of the ordinary though. They did pick up that Hanzo, but man, did they perform. So I will say for the side of Straw Hats, being a newer team, newer synergy, just going to have to play it a little bit slower and focus on these objectives. But, this is a team that's been practicing almost every day. And one of the teams that I would say out of any team I've ever seen in an esports environment for Mobile Legends, definitely maintaining that focus. They're always in VC, always grinding it out, working on rank, calling each other out when a mistake happens, but then collectively as a team improving. And time will tell as they will kind of progress through this game versus Nefarious, how much they have worked on and what they currently need to kind of focus on going in the future.
Absolutely. Without no doubt in my mind. I mean, whatever happens here tonight, like you said, it'll just be another stepping stone for them. I got a lot of faith in this team. They're definitely the type of team to take the losses, right? You know how common these teams like to fall apart at the losses, right? They take everything with a positive mindset and just want to find out the answer and the solution to get around it. But speaking of answers and solutions, we did see Contra pick up this Leomord and the side of Nefarious, locking in a lot of CC with that Fredrin and the Grok.
A lot of CC and a lot of frontline, but they do have Leomord over on the side for Straw Hats. Definitely one of the top junglers this season, if not one of the best junglers this season. You do see a little bit of a coverage over on Zaz, though. Not your typical pick slotted from any team. And I think if that is picked up, that will be another thing for the first time ever on the MLSA. But probably not, as you do see that Valier kind of being locked in. We have seen Valier work his roam, though, in the past. But wait a minute. Do they slot a mage? Is it a troll pick? It is, as Mathilda will be the roam, which will secure that Valier as the mage for Straw Hats.
Yeah, and this is interesting, but I'm not surprised, right? Obviously, the team I'm heavily involved with, definitely trying to lead the way for them. They have trying to figure out a way, right? We've seen Concha on this Leomord perform at a high level, and I think they're kind of going in that direction, right? To like formulate their draft behind him on these jungle picks. Definitely a force to reckon with, and I think they're all kind of recognizing where they kind of want to go as a team as far as their identity. And Soul is actually a very proficient Mathilda player, which will aid the side of Contra on this Leomord with those airlines, right? And that extra mobility and that Valier pick. A little interesting, but has been talked about. Looking forward to see how they make that work. But speaking of things working, Beatrix, one of those high pick and ban heroes currently in Scrim Academy, with a nice little win rate on her backside there. So this will be interesting to see how they deal with that in that gold lane. We do see Leslie getting banned out, so the pool will get smaller here for the side of Straw Hats.
And I love how you kind of mentioned the Beatrix, right? A hero that we're starting to see kind of dominate in that gold lane, kind of being prioritized by a lot of teams in the early phase of the draft. But looking at what, Beatrix will be going against, you don't know what marksman is going to be slotted against you. And the question is that the right pick? You can play from afar. You kind of have like 3 weapons at your disposal to make it work. So I will say it is definitely a marksman with the versatility to make pretty much anything happen. And that might be the game plan on Fushi is if I don't know who to pick yet, why not go with Beatrix? You can kind of get it all done. But like we said, you're looking at that Valier, able to use that, fireball to kind of rush in and do some damage to those frontline heroes and kind of keep them at bay. A lot of frontline from the side of Nefarious, but we need to see what they're going to slot in as that mage. They got that scaling marksman pretty good all the way from the early to the late, and possibly, if needed, they can go for even more early game damage, and that's why I'm kind of liking their draft right now. They got a little bit of mixture for it all. You can go for a late game mage, you can go for an early game mage, and I think it would still work out really well in their favor. Maybe even go an early or late game if they expect it to be, past that 15-minute mark.
Absolutely, and they might have to go towards the late as they hover over the Sicilian, as we do see Straw Hats takes out arguably the best early mage, right, the Lilia, and they do go ahead and lock in Sicilian. So they're going to look for that late game scaling, right, that you said over that 15-minute mark, where we know Sicilian hits his stride, definitely going to do a lot of damage in that late. But now we do see 1804, right? He's one of my favorite marksman players, and not just because he's on my team, right? I've been watching 1804 as he entered into the competitive scene. He actually came in alongside with me starting last year around October, and it's been interesting to see his journey, right? He started out as an XP and transitioned into the gold lane, and he had kind of a slow start, kind of struggled in that gold lane, but he's kind of embraced his own unique play style, his very aggressive play style, and his own interesting picks from the gold pool. Speaking of those interesting and aggressive picks, to Irithel, one of his comforts, one of his best performance marksman options. I'll be interested to see how he does up against Fushi on the Beatrix. I think he's definitely a great addition. Like I said, just recently getting moved down to the side of Straw Hats, who's actually running without a marksman player, right? They had Heavenly Blade playing the marksman, but he's actually a jungler. So now that they have a actual gold laner and it being 1804, I'm loving right now what I'm seeing. I'm eager to see how they work in this 5-man.
Speaking of 5-mans, both sides finalizing their draft for King of the Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely place your votes. Who do you think takes this game? Who do you think won the draft? Do you think Nefarious will be able to hold on to that crown? Or do you think Straw Hats, the newly formed solidified team, will be able to snatch it off their heads as we are quickly embarking into the Land of the Dawn? You see Mathilda, Valir, Lapu Lapu, Leomord, and Irithyll on the side of Straw Hats versus Sicilian, the late game mage. Lancelot, Sir Dancelot himself, Beatrix, Grok, and Fredrin, heavy frontline presence to go up against. And man, oh man, do we have a show on our hands.
Absolutely. And to add on to that frontline presence, right, while it is, those two picks were a great response, right, to the Leomord, but Valir, right, in the hands of Soul, like you mentioned, definitely strong to counteract that front line. So not only is the counterplay for Leo out there, but the counterplay for those picks to contest it is also on the board. So it'll come down to execution, right? What team kind of execute what they need to do with these compositions. But I'm definitely also going to note, right, on this bot lane and XP, a Fredrin main myself, I love Fredrin, definitely has a hard time against Lapu Lapu when it is played right. And we've seen a Lapu Lapu on those back lines. We've seen it used by Yukinon last night and from Dino from Nova Core, and all found success. And we specifically saw the Lapu find a lot of openings on that Sicilian by Yukinon, picking up multiple kills on him in that match. So if, like I said, these compositions are executed properly, we could be in for a nice little treat because both sides have great picks and there's great options from both sides. So it'll just come down to these teams and how they do performance-wise.
Now, you know, you don't typically see the Lancelot used too often, and honestly, it hasn't really been slotted that much. This might actually be the first time we've seen Lancelot in the MLSA, correct? Or have we seen one before? I think this might be the first time.
You mentioned it, yeah. Funnily enough, you might be right. That might be the first time Lancelot has been picked up, which is kind of strange because he's kind of used overseas quite a bit. So yeah, you're right, I think.
You are seeing NA kind of step into that C meta to kind of pull off these comps. But like, Lancelot has always been viable. He has the mobility to kind of get in and out. You do see that Thorn Rose going in on to Soul for some damage. But speaking of the Thorn Rose, it has a lot at its disposal, right? You can connect it with that Retribution and kind of guarantee some additional damage on these turtles, which may give a slight advantage even over against one of the best junglers in the game, the Leomord. So that is something we will be looking out for. The question is who will be able to secure it, who will be able to go for these neutral objectives, as both have a very solid draft. And like we said, it will be a battle of execution. But fight going in, you do see that Brave's Fighter stance being activated over there by Lapu, rushing in. Soul getting a kill onto Izumi. Down goes Fredrin, running into the wrong bush. But you do see Conscious starting on this turtle as they do have the advantage. The roam being down for the side of Nefarious. And a good look for Straw Hat. Soul taking out something to prove. Down goes their jungler in the process, which will guarantee that Retribution in the hands of Straw Hat. Circling Eagle connecting over on Sicilian as they try and get another kill to increase this lead. And like we said, man oh man, first time seeing the solidified Straw Hats in effect and definitely playing a powerful move in the early game.
Absolutely. Speaking of powerful moves here, though.
Ooh, that wild charge connecting, but not able to make much. But that will be an ultimate not at their disposal anymore. As the heavy aggression, Soul going off and getting a double kill, taking out Chupapi over there on the Grok and also Sicilian, which will delay him getting to that late game mage. You have to play a little bit safer. If you continuously get taken down, it'll take longer for you to get online and be that late game mage your team is relying on.
Absolutely. And the side of Straw Hats playing this perfectly, right? I've noticed before, kind of like their play style, very aggressive, right? All the members of Straw Hats love to keep this up-tempo pace. They love to put it in your face and put you in the correct space for them to capitalize on their moves. We're going to capitalize a couple of picks, right? With that Fury Hammer, very important on some of these physical damage dealers. Leomord and Irithyll already have it slotted for that early pin, which is going to enable them to do some increased damage. And we have seen the damage already come through. Concha doing a lot of damage. Speaking of damage here, we see a little engage here in the top lane.
Straw Hats, you see the circling Eagle connecting the fight in the tower. A wild charge to connect for the knockup, and you see Sicilian able to get a kill. Concha getting another one as well. One member down from east side. side. Something to prove, taking a kill onto 1804. The marksman for the side of Straw Hats has fallen, and they have won a trade, a 1-for-2 in favor of Nefarious right now. But man, 5-2. Straw Hats still having a solid lead in kills. Ooh, pressure
Absolutely.
though. Oh my goodness, the momentum and also the burst fireball. Doing a little bit of a dance between Soul and Concha, forced to use the flicker and able to escape as Chupapi rushes in for some peel. But wait a minute, does he escape? Oh my goodness, Soul is on fire right now with these fireballs. Literally, hey, a pun right there. But he is not missing a beat, and like we said, we don't see the Valir too often, but is he the secret weapon gluing the team together right now for Straw Hats with a 4-0-1 KDA. But speaking of kills, 1804 wasting no time with the mobility over there on Irithel, able to quickly burst down, ignore this name on the Sicilian, caught out of place. Like we said, you're that late game mage, you need to play safe and get your stacks, don't rush for the kills, as that will kind of work in your favor toward that late game.
Definitely. That was a little bit of macro there coming in from 1804, noticing the side of Straw Hat still covering his gold lane, made the transition over to the mid and caught out the enemy mid laner, right, to secure that kill. So some smart rotation leading to that kill added to the board. Speaking of kills, though, happening.
Ooh, we talked about it and we seen it. Something to prove with that Thorn Rose retribution to be able to steal that turtle right under Concha's nose. But speaking of both sides, Nefarious in a bad position. His Soul quickly bursting down. Fushi down goes their marksman. And 1804, speaking of marksmen, rushes in and takes out Grok. A 2-for-none trade, but they are not done. You do see Lancelot rushing in, trying to get a kill. You see ignore this name as well. Something to prove, burst in down 1804 in that process, but they were able to secure a tower, and it looks like they are going to try and disengage, but Izumi with the backdoor play is going to quickly possibly rush in on to Soul, who's currently 5-0-2.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, this Valir pick, we did mention, right, in the draft that it could be an answer kind of to this front line, but doing even more, providing a lot of assistance on these ganks. He spent most of the game on the backside of a top turret, right, keeping those members sandwiched in with the CC, with the slow, the knockbacks. I mean, isolating some of the members of Nefarious, having a hard time competing with that early. But like we said, we did expect this, but what we need to see from the side of Straw Hats, right, is to be able to translate this to a quick shutout, because we do know the Sicilian is still over in the hands of Nefarious. Speaking of hands here, we do see a little action setting up potentially in the bot side.
Wasting no time, circling Eagle, connecting Shadow Stampede to top it off. Is it enough? Fushi escaping with 1 HP, but no! You do see the burst fireball rushing in and securing that kill. Concha gonna kill onto Chupapi. You do see Sanguine Claws going in, unable to connect with any CC, but ignore this name, not wasting no time, trying to push off the full team of Straw Hats on the bottom side, but they are going to be able to secure that first tower. Speaking of towers, though, an answer on the mid lane. You do see Circling Eagle going in. Thorn Rose trying to cancel it out. Something to prove, able to secure that tower and using the Phantom's execution as a means of escape. Thorn Rose as well to hit 3 members of Straw Hats. Can he get away? The wall over there by Chupapi blocking off 3 members, securing that path to freedom on Some to Prove.
Absolutely. And while I would have loved to see Straw Hats be able to defend that mid lane tower, because it's so important to the space on the map, you do see the synergy, right? Even on that gank there, speaking of synergy, the side of Nefarious is going to close in on this bot lane tower and start to trade out now with the side of Straw Hats. Straw Hats still a little bit in the lead, though, as far as gold. They are like 1K, but the towers are even right now. Speaking of towers, we do see them sieging and diving.
Sieging and diving, taking into the mid turret, an answer, an eye for an eye as 2 towers fall, 1 for each side, but the mid lane stolen on the side of Straw Hats. Looks like they are going to go in and try and contest this blue buff. Something to prove, able to get out and take his buff in that process. Some very good micro indeed. Sicilian trying to do some damage to the full team as Straw Hats being overly aggressive, but the question is that the right move? Sometimes that aggression can be costly, but impressive nonetheless. You do see them all escape without losing any member.
Yeah, and I have to give that credit to Soul, right, with the Valir. Had there been any other mage, Izumi probably walks away, or someone from the side of Fury walks away with at least 2 to 3 kills. But the Valir, the disengage that he offers with that CC and the slow and knockbacks is just crazy, right? Because the side of Straw Hats, I agree, did overextend a little bit, but that Valir, the pocket pick, offering them the opportunity to kind of make some of those careless and reckless plays. Speaking of plays, though, we see a little formation happening up here in the top side from both teams. This could lead lead to a potential clash. But it looks like the members are kind of falling back. Speaking of falling back, though, let's take a moment to fall back and look at these items. We do see right now on the side of Straw Hats already unlocking a lot of items. Valier with that utility, the Ice Queen Wand being picked up. Lapu already with the Dominance Ice. We see the Berserker's Fury get picked up from 1804. So we're going to get picked up though here.
Circling Eagle connecting over there on Mathilda onto Izumi. Thorn Rose not able to hit the mark. You do see all teams going in for the clash. Bats Feast activated by Sicilian. Fushi with the Numir's Passion connecting on to Leomore. Down he goes. 2 members for the side of Straw Hats have fallen. 1 member, Izumi, fallen for the side of Nefarious. You do see a little bit of Rainer's Empathy trying to connect on the snipe. Actually, 2 snipes connecting in. Sicilian to top it off. Samurai blocked in by the wall of Grok, and Sicilian wasting no time, quickly bursting him down. And man, oh man, the synergy, the combinations of skills, the utility from Nefarious definitely on point as they are able to take out 3 members of Straw Hats, enabling them to take this Lord.
Definitely on point, but something not on point, right, is the target prioritization from the side of Straw Hats. They were able to catch out Fredrin right at first, but once the rest of the members from Nefarious kind of collapses in the fight, transforms for kind of that overwhelming advantage, right, for the 4v1, you got to start locking in those targets. And if you note in the fight there, 1804 spent a lot of time trying to take out Izumi, who was popping the taunt, popping the vengeance, right? And even in that fight, once they focus him so much, unlocking the ultimate from Fredrin, which deals more damage the more that he receives, and took the members dangerously low. Speaking of dangerously low here, a potential clash almost happened there in the jungle as the blue buff was going low, but we do see 1804 pick up a kill.
You're able to take out Fushi on the aggressive 1v1 marksman play, but something to prove, having other plans. It's like, hey, you take out my marksman, well, guess what? I got something for you too, man. And down goes 1804. Both teams kind of fighting it out, though. Very low HP over there for Sicilian. Izumi rushing in onto Soul, able to get a kill. You do see Shadow Stampede connecting. Concha getting a kill onto the back line, taking out Sicilian, getting a double kill, a shutdown, and down goes something to prove. A jungle taking out a jungle, and Concha is on fire as he is trying to maintain that fight, making the most out of that Shadow Stampede. You do see Supapi Izumi not afraid to take the fight and maintain that pressure on the side of Straw Hats jungle.
Absolutely. And from the side of Straw Hats, you can see it, right? They have the ability to fight, but you are seeing some of those misplays as far as communication. Like when we've seen Hawaii in here.
I didn't even want to try it. I was waiting for you to try it.
I couldn't even tell, man. A tongue twister indeed.
Hey, we'll call him Hawaii. Call him Hawaii.
Definitely. Hawaiian Airlines. We'll call him Hawaiian Airlines. Going for the play there, right? Diving, found an ultimate there, engage on Fushi, but no members being able to take that, right? And like little instances like that as far as interactions, you would like to see Straw Hats kind of polish that and get that follow-up engage, someone to trail along with that and might have been able to profit early in that fight. Speaking of fights, we do see maybe a little bit of a collapse here.
Chupapi providing that vision for the side of Nefarious, staying in the jungle for Straw Hats at all times, and Nefarious just waiting for the right moment, waiting for somebody to be out of place and to rush in. But looks like Straw Hats being a little bit more wiser. They aren't going to allow these opportunities in favor for Nefarious as they are playing it very safe right now. They are waiting for this Lord to spawn and possibly trying to contest and clash it out.
Definitely potentially going to be able to clash it out again. Like you know, Chupapi is giving some pretty good vision on the members of Straw Hat, doing a good job of trying to show where these members are at. Speaking of showing here, we do see some items being locked in from both sides. Beatrix, obviously, with that Blade of Despair, the Malefic Roar, and even the Haas Clock, right? So a little sustain there, but Sicilian already with 3 items. Clock, Trunch, Ice Queen Wand definitely ramping up. We're at that 13-minute mark, and would you say, Weezy, the 15-minute mark is where we normally see him take off. Speaking of take off here, we do see some damage getting put on the Hawaiian here ahead of this Lord.
Looks like it is down to half health in a good position for something to prove, but Straw Hat slowly closing in. Speaking of closing in, Concha with the rush of the Shadow Stampede is going to go ahead and try and contest it. The battle of retribution is on the way. Something to prove, taking out Soul. 1804 taking out, ignore this name. Sicilian has fallen. Izumi getting a kill on the Concha. Fushi getting a kill on to Mathilda, and something to prove, securing the retribution and the double kill, taking out Leomord. Fighting out over the Thorn Rose for the triple, and down goes 1804. A wipeout, and you will see Nefarious pushing down that mid lane for the finish. Can they close it out? 18 15 seconds until Soul spawns in, and that might not be enough as they do not have minions in their favor. And ladies and gentlemen, this may be game. Does the Fairies hold on to the crown? Yes, they do. Game 2 of King of the Hills goes to the Fairies. They have 2 wins under their belt for day 2, week 3, day 2. Almost botched that up for a second, but man, oh man.
Week 2, day 2.
Yeah, week 2, day 2. I was about to start battle rapping.
Day 3. We're both confused.
There's just so much going on in this game, but it was good though. To be able to see Straw Hats, kind of compete for the first time, I do see the potential. A little bit of a loose footing toward the mid to late game, but in the early game to mid, they had that pressure. They definitely did. I think just a little bit of miscommunication toward that mid to late. But, as they progress through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, I definitely see them kind of power spiking and possibly being a mid to top tier team.
Definitely. And like I said, they got to polish up, right? Some of those team fight actions. Even on that Lord fight, we've seen Contra kind of take off ahead of the rest of the team and kind of get put behind there and losing that fight from the start.
Yeah, definitely a good game indeed. But we do got another one on the way as we are going to be seeing No Morals kind of go up against Nefarious. Now, this is going to be an interesting match, too. I don't think, we've seen No Morals play once, right? Or is this might be the first one for them, too?
No, this is the first time.
Oh, my goodness. Just breaking records today. Golly. I love it. All right, well, that will be the next match on its way. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you had a great match there. We did see Straw Hats, the up-and-coming team, trying to pave their way through the MLSA, but taken down by the current Kings of the Hill, Nefarious. Don't go nowhere, though. As we said, another new team, a new future prospect, is going to be going on to challenge the current Kings of the Hill, Nefarious, as No Morals is making their way in. See you guys shortly.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. And I don't think I want want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. I can feel it when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. I can feel it when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. No, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. I can feel you near when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. No, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you, the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. I can feel you near when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you, the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the land of Dawn, and we've got another banger on our hand for King of the Hill. That's right, we have Nefarious, the reigning kings, with 2 wins under their belt, going for the third, and a new up-and-coming team, No Morale's their first time competing over here for the MLSA. Definitely excited to see what they bring to the table. Will they be able to secure the win and take the crown away from Nefarious? Or will Nefarious get that third win one step closer to breaking that record 4 games in a row? Time will tell. But without wasting any time, let's jump into the draft.
And jumping right into that draft, speaking of jumps, Joy is already taken off. Definitely has not been allowed, right, to get into these games. If I went back, right, and went through these stats and had them all slotted in, I'd have to say I think Joy's been let through 1 time, and I think that was by Straw Hats, and they actually won that match. So I think maybe the one time Joy actually had to get out here, Joy took a loss, so probably has a 0% win rate. But besides that, Joy's been banned out like every single match. It seems no one has really figured out a way to kind of counter out that little mouse, right? Little mouse, little rabbit, what do you call it? A lot of jumping, dashing going on from Joy, right? No one's going to kind of figure out a counter draft for that yet. So definitely staying up there on the ban list. Speaking of things staying up on the ban list, we do see the Martis again being slotted on the ban, pretty high on that ban priority so far in the Scrim Academy.
Definitely that one of my favorite fighters, and after recent patches, definitely being one of the best junglers inside of Mobile Legends right now. That Joy being taken out, definitely a lot of teams not really wanting to learn how to work against it. Like sometimes in scrims, it's okay, especially when you're not working toward a prize pool or something of that nature, to kind of let some of these picks walk and practice a strategy against it. And I'd love to see a team down the line kind of work toward maybe building a strategy against the Joy. So I don't know. Do you kind of feel like Joy is too hard to deal with utility wise and worth a ban?
Absolutely. There's been a lot of picks, right? I think everyone that's played MLBB has probably their own top three, maybe top five picks that have been released by Moontoon that they kind of had a head scratch on how exactly they thought we were going to be able to handle these champs in these ranked matches, even on the competitive scene. And Joy's kind of one of them, right? Yeah, I mean, besides like a legit answer, the only ones are really the characters were suppressed, right? But they also struggle because to even get in the range of Joy, right? Her mobility is just so high. The speed up is ridiculous, right? So even to be able to catch her, something like Franco or Kaja, you kind of need that flicker to be up and ready to be able to actually catch her with that Bloody Hunt or that Divine Judgment. But again, I mean, cooldowns come into play. You do it once, but you're probably going to get beat by that at least another 5 or 6 times before flicker comes back up. Everything else is just, it's a pray and a wish, and apparently it hasn't been answered enough because the teams are not taking a chance on it. Speaking of not taking a chance, we do see Nefarious banning out that Fanny. Like you said, whenever they've been going against these teams they're not really familiar with, have been taking out that Fanny and not letting it through. But with that ban does allow other picks to come out. And we see Kaja being picked up by Kolsky from the side of No Morales.
Yeah, definitely an interesting draft indeed. But Kolsky on the Kaja, we know how well of a first pick that is. Possibly the best option on the table to kind of pick up in their favor. Can kind of do it all. That jungler, that XP lane, that support, that divine judgment to kind of grab the hero of your choosing. And they don't have an option. They just have to sit there and wait it out. But a direct response to Summon to Prove is going to go ahead and lock in another decent pick to kind of counteract it. They are going to take up that Leomord in the jungle. And oh my god, did we see a power play, a power move? No, I thought they were going to lock in the Gushin, but baited, and Azumi is going to take that Fredrin. Still a solid pick. We've seen Fredrin ran as the roam, dominating in the XP lane as well, and also, you know, Deku himself being that Fredrin main, I definitely bet he loves to see it in action.
I definitely love to see it in action, but I also love to see Azumi branch out, right? The Benedetta is open. We've seen him slotted out pretty much majority of the games that has been free, but recently been trying to flex out to some other options. Fredrin looked like it might be one of those picks that he is liking to see. Speaking of picks being brought out, though, Diggy is going to enter the battlefield for the side of No Morales.
Now this is interesting, right? Diggy, very, very early. Now, is it the right move? Not really sure, as you know, you do have Fredrin and Russia and has a lot of utility at his disposal. That energy eruption for that taunt as well. So this is going to be a super interesting draft. I do know Diggy sometimes have a little bit of a harder time, as that time journey only really works once. So if they kind of bait that out, that may be a little bit easier of an engagement, especially rushing in on the Ruby. But they do have the Kaja to kind of go in as well. So that little bit of that double support method we've seen. But as these teams stack up on these supports, sometimes we're not really seeing it work in their favor. I believe we saw Huevo, they ran a triple support team. They had, who was it? Carmilla? Was it Kaja too? I want to say that. Yeah.
Carmilla, Kaja, and I forgot what they had, like 3 very strong.
Rafaela, right? It was Rafaela.
It might have been. Oh yeah, the 3. Yeah. I think that was what it was. Yep.
Yeah, that, like we said, that was that match where we said it was a battle of support versus a battle of damage, and the damage definitely was able to pave that way to victory. So, looking at the side of Nefarious, they have Sicilian. Now, we always know Sicilian's not the worst option, right? He's kind of that guaranteed late game destroyer, as he will kind of burst down anybody once he has his stacks. But he has to get to that late game. You do have Kolsky over there on it. That Kaja just kind of focus in on him. Maybe get a little bit of a flicker play. Grab him with that Divine Judgment and burst him down. Speaking of burst, you do have that Paquito being slotted in for some quick physical damage and also some beautiful mobility. Able to pretty much do it all. And is still kind of considered a flex pick, as he could be the jungle. He could be the XP. So I definitely think the draft isn't that bad for the side of the Morals. The Diggy, kind of questionable. Maybe a little bit too early to kind of slot that in, but I wonder if they have a plan for it.
Definitely. I mean, when you get the Diggy right, it's kind of like how I looked at the Valentina pick. There may not be any picks that come out that actually benefit Diggy, right, with the time journey, but the fact that you have it, right, does ward off some picks. It'll make the other side kind of question what they can take now, because there is a threat on the opposing side in that Diggy. You can't just take any form of CC that you want, right? You kind of got to be a little smart about how you draft around it. And from the side side of No Morale, I kind of like this Paquito pick, right? Because if it does get matched up against Fredrin in the XP, one of the matchups, you know, I've seen playing the Fredrin myself, seen others play, there's not much of a fight that necessarily happens in between the two. But what does happen is that Fredrin often gets left behind in the lane, right? Paquito able to use that knockout strike to kind of one-shot that minion wave. And with that mobility, able to rotate around and make plays on the map while Fredrin kind of suffers, right, in that clear speed. He's very strong later on in the fight in those team fights, but in that laning phase, he can quickly get left behind against those mobile XP laners while they rotate and try to swing the fights, kind of those 5v4s and whatnot for those neutral objectives. Fredrin's kind of left behind clearing minions. So if Elizabeth on this Paquito can kind of play that to that strength instead of trying to focus on a 1v1 in lane and find a way to kind of clear those waves, maybe even go for some cuts and then find some impact elsewhere on the map, you know, that could spell a little bit of a loss in that XP lane for the side Nefarious.
And, you know, that's the thing about the XP lane, right? A lot of players want to go for that 1v1 fight, but you realize there's a lot more that kind of goes to that role. And I love how you mentioned Paquito has kind of the kit to do it all. He can split push. He can clear those minions. He has more mobility on his side against that Fredrin. So definitely wanting to focus on creating that opportunity with those cuts to provide the opening on neutral objectives with a slight advantage on the side of No Morals. But speaking of advantage, I see locking in that Lilia. This is a finalized draft from both sides. And Lilia, I think, is a very solid pick. Right? You have a lot of frontline presence. You do have that Fredrin, that Leomord, and also not just frontline, but Lilia having an easier time kind of going in on Sicilian. As Sicilian's problem is a lot of heroes that rush in close range. You know, kind of stacks in the late game, fighting from a distance, but definitely having that damage at his disposal. But he is going to have to be a little bit careful on this draft right now for the side of Nemorals. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the game. Nefarious holding on to the crown, 2 wins under their belt. And the question is, will the new members, first match ever for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, the No Morals, be able to take that title?
Will they be able to take it? Indeed. But from the side of Nefarious, will they be able to take the pressure that No Morales may be able to force? Speaking of pressure, we do see Nupapi offering a little bit in that mid lane, but Paradox offering a little bit of pressure on that blue buff there on some to prove a little poke damage coming out from the 2. I would expect to see them translate this over into the gold lane, right? We've seen Diggy kind of be a nuisance in the gold lane for those opposing laners, being able to poke them out with those bombs in and out of those turrets and kind of force those early recalls. Speaking of early recalls, we do see potentially an early collapse in the jungle. Kolsky and Paradox getting caught out here. Fushi with the early rotation. Lilia trying to offer some slow, but Beatrix flickering in, trying to take out Kolsky, not going to find the kill. And that is an early flicker being burnt out from the side of Fushi.
Man, the over-aggressive play, but able to escape with barely any HP. Definitely have to watch out with that aggression, though. He was almost quickly taken down. I love how he mentioned over there on Paquito, Elizabeth, you know, going against that Fredrin, but Fredrin not allowing that cut that Paquito can provide. It's going to go ahead and slightly zone him out and delay him from kind of overextending and proxying that lane. Looking on the top side, you are seeing Fushi over there on Beatrix versus that Bruno. Definitely an interesting match indeed. Both of them being a little bit, you know, taking a little time to wind up and playing a little bit safer in that lane and waiting for the team to kind of, you know, wrap around and gank. You got to respect the way these teams are playing right now. Definitely being patient, focusing on objectives. But Azumi on the bottom side, possibly a gank by Kolsky.
Definitely a gang happening here. Venus does get popped out from the side of Azumi. That's a lot of pressure, and a spell being burnt out from Azumi kind of low. Might be forced to avoid this turtle contest. Time will tell, as we do see the teams currently forming up. I see Elizabeth currently setting up for the vision here. We do see Something to Prove securing that blue buff, so we're going to secure Kolsky quickly trying to take out this turtle, but Something to Prove might call in the stampede here. Does secure the Lord. We do see Elizabeth focusing in with the Paquito on ignore. Does not get the kill, but the turtle has already been secured. The members of Nefarious now wisely trying to retreat here. That could have been ugly for the members of Nefarious, but all in all they do here is lose the turtle.
And definitely a good start for Nefarious, taking that neutral objective. No kills on the board, though, and this is what I love to see. Definitely playing a little bit safer, and these teams are both heavily focused on these objectives. But right now, a little bit of that slight advantage in terms of gold. It is still leaning in the favor of No Morals. You do see a little bit of a clash on the top side, though. Something for trying to get that farm. Kolsky trying to be a little bit of an annoyance to try and steal it away, but unable to secure that creep. A little bit of look at the items so far. We do see that magic shoes built by the Lily. A little bit of that CDR route. Possibly going to go for a little bit of Ice Queen wand for some slowage, or maybe it's just depending on what they are going to go. Maybe it looks like some mana necklaces for some more CDR, some more mana management is the plan right now. And we do know, like we said, Lilia is that presence to be able to be a nuisance over on Sicilian, able to be that burst damage for Something to Prove on the Leomord. So definitely having to watch out for Icy. But like we said, the later this game goes, Sicilian, ignore this name, he is going to be the deciding factor and have all that late game magic damage needed to close it out. So we are going to have to see No Morals with a little bit of a game plan to kind of focus him out, possibly get a kill on him or end this game earlier than later.
Absolutely, and something I would like to see happening a little bit earlier, as it looks like it might be happening in the top side now. Icy and Paradox need to find a way, right, to force Fushi and make him uncomfortable in this top lane. They have all the picks, right, to poke him down and make this gold lane matchup a nightmare, but I haven't seen too much of them imposing their will ahead of this turtle spawning in, though. The members will start clearing it up again from the side of No Morals. Hopefully they can secure it over Something to Prove, getting ready to potentially steal, but Cole's going to pick it up. We do see Chapapi Nono with the airlines diving in. Might have been ill-advised. No member to follow up. Closely going to pick up the first blood. We do see Azumi making the rotation. Nothing to find there. Paradox getting dropped low by Ignore the Name. We do see a 1-for-0 trade on the side of Nefarious, but Turtle going into the hands of No Morals. A lot of poke, though, from Icy. Dropping Ignore dangerously low. Is going to have to get forced back on the recall.
Man, oh man, a turtle for a turtle. Both sides able to take one neutral objective, but first blood going into the hands of No Morals, and they are able to still maintain that presence in the lead with gold by 1,000. You are seeing that Paquito on the bottom side with that double dash, a 2-2-1-3 combo onto Azumi. But interesting enough, we haven't really seen Elizabeth be able to capitalize and wrap around for the proxy cuts. We are seeing a little bit more pressure from Azumi in the XP lane, as he is going to go ahead and continue proxying those minions to try and create that advantage for his team. And Paquito just having a little bit of a harder time when it comes to these split pushes and these cuts for minions.
Absolutely, and it kind of just goes back to execution, right? I mean, on paper, Paquito should be winning out these rotations. We've seen Azumi hit the mid lane. Elizabeth still in the bot, nowhere near to be seen on the map as far as rotations, and that really shouldn't be happening, right, in the XP lane. But again, it just comes down to execution. Clearly, Elizabeth may not be as adept on that. Paquito knowing exactly how to manage that lane against Fredrin. We're going to manage the lanes here. Icy currently in the midst of a 1v2 with a little bit of poke with the glooms. Not much going to come from it, though. We do see the teams are kind of starting to transition up to this top side, getting ready for this turtle.
Speaking of the teams, a little bit of item check. Sicilian did lock in that Clock of Destiny, which will give him a little bit more of that HP and that mana, and is going to be able to stay in these fights a little bit longer. But looking at Lilia, he did pick up that Enchanted Talisman for some mana as well. Shadow Stampede activated a little early on the 3v1 situation for the red buff.
Definitely, we do see that come out. Time Journey popped airlines in here. Something to Prove trying to pick up the kill on Paradox on this Diggy is going to find that kill. Icy getting caught in between four members, taken out. Beatrix is going to pick that up along with the Blades of Despair in the middle of the fight. Azumi with the rotation is going to catch out I Kill You, but it seems like today he will be the one getting killed.
Over on the top side, you do see Something to Prove clearing the minions, trying to create opportunity for a possible tower push, while Chupapi keeping the aggro of the turtle over in the bottom or mid lane, though. A possible clash going on. Sicilian trying to join the fight.
He is trying to join the fight. We do see Azumi applying the pressure, almost landing that ultimate to probably finish off on Elizabeth there. And I mean, wow. As the turtle gets picked up by Something to Prove, it just goes back to the way the XP lane is being played. Azumi rotating in after the scuffle initially to secure another kill. Weezy, what are we seeing here in this XP matchup?
Man, we are seeing a master at work on the Fredrin and not having a really hard time. But the burst from Paquito is enough to give him a little bit of something to worry about. out, but he still maintains that fight and is remaining with those taunts. And Paquito definitely might need a gank to kind of turn that around, since Azumi does want to be a little over aggressive.
Absolutely. And speaking of ganks here, we see Azumi applying the pressure. The members are collapsing. Both teams going in. Fushi taking a little bit of damage. Azumi caught right now by the members of No Morale. Suppress coming out with the Divine Judgment, and Kosu's going to pick up that kill. The gank that it was looking up was going to be set up for the side of Nefarious, quickly counteracted by the members of No Morales.
And that's what we kind of expected to. If you want to be over aggressive, take advantage on it on the opposing side. Call out to your team and say, hey, he's overextending. Let's go ahead and get that gank going, take him down, and make him wish he never did that. So definitely working in their favor right now, 2-3 in favor of the side of Nefarious. Looking at the goal, they do have that 1,000 lead, able to turn the tide in their favor. Over on the bottom side, though, you do see a switch in lanes. Fushi coming to the bottom as they were able to clear that top tower. Icy clearing the tower in the mid lane in the process. Well, we do see a clash in the bottom lane.
We do see a clash in the bottom lane. Fushi and Chupapi No trying to play this kiting right against Paradox and Elizabeth. They do have the range on their side, but the members of No Morales have the numbers. Airlines coming in. Time Journey being popped. Fushi taken out by Kolsky here. Chupapi trying to get out, but gets pulled back by Diggy. Ice is going to finally kill Chupapi. Cycling back clause is going to get called out from Sicilian here, but isn't going to be able to find any kills. The rest of the members are going to fall back and get the tower, but Icy almost getting taken out. Does get taken out by Ignore, also burning out the Flicker. But on the other sides of the map, we do see the members of Nefarious finding a tower in the mid lane by the hands of Something to Prove.
A little bit of an even trade in towers, right? You did see 2 on the side of Nefarious go down, but also in response 2 on the side of No Morale. So definitely loving the mirror imaged effect on this map from both teams. And you can definitely tell the pressure is there. The focus is there. The objectives are at play, and they are not missing a beat. But speaking of objectives, we do have Lord spawning in, and we already see it being aggroed by the side of Nefarious. And they also have the zonage. Will No Morals be able to push in and contest it, as it is now down to half health? Another tower falling in the process as well for the side of Nefarious.
Definitely Stampede coming out though. Time Journey already being popped. Kolsky getting dropped dangerously low. Not going to be able to secure that Lord, but does get secured by Something to Prove on the kill to Kolsky. The members of No Morales are getting taken off though. Chupapi finding the kill. IQ is going to trade that back out on Chupapi. Something to Prove in the bot lane chasing down Elizabeth, who's been struggling all games with Keto, gets taken out. IC in between 3 members getting taken out by Sicilian. Ignore with another kill. A miss. Renner empathy from the side of Fushi, almost connecting with IQ. Speaking of IQ, trying to go find Something to Prove, but might have made a bad mistake. Is able to flicker out there though to not get collapsed on by the remaining members from the side of Nefarious.
Man, oh man, with all the plans, you are seeing a scary presence from Nefarious right now, as they were able to turn the tide to a 9-5 lead. But Clash going in, Bat's Feast activated, trying to escape.
Is trying to escape here. Kolsky trying to close in, but gets kited out and is going to get hit by Fushi, following up with the Renner shots. And that's just that ice cream wall coming into play for the side of Sicilian, keeping those members at bay. Kolsky having to realize, right, this is on that melee pick, not able to get into that radius of Sicilian.
You do see that tower dropping on the top side. Lord making his way into the inhibitor. And speaking of inhibitors, that's all they have left for the side of No Morales, as Nefarious is trying to keep that crown. And it's looking like they may be able to do this. Shadow Stampede activates.
Activated. Black Boots already burnt out from the side of No Morales, with Icy on this Lily of the members of Nefarious trying to get down on this tower. The Lord has already been taken out. Not going to get that inhibitor. Kind of sitting around the mid lane right now. Not much action going on. They weren't able to secure that inhibitor with the Lord, forced to back up here and retreat. But we do see some minions here pushing in on the mid. Maybe trying to apply a little pressure, but again, not going to be able to find anything now as these members regroup and retreat.
Definitely regrouping, retreating. You see that Haas Clouds picked up by Fushi to have a little bit more sustainability inside of the match, to be able to stay in the fight and heal back up off of some minions and off of some damage. But looking at the items, you see the full pin route by Leomore, that Hunter Strike going in. Fushi getting a kill onto Icy though. Bat's Feast activated.
Yes, and now the members of Nefarious, knowing that they have the numbers, getting a little aggro. Stampede coming out from Something to Prove here. They are looking to find a fight here on this tower. The members switching over to the mid. Knockout strike coming out for Elizabeth, trying to clear out that wave. But the members of Nefarious are going to enforce that tower down. But they catch Kolsky out and about. Fushi is going to take him down. Now the members knowing they are up 5v3, maybe looking for the end here. No minions, but they are on the way. The members in the fair is posturing to potentially end this. The poke from Sicilian and Fushi dropping these members dangerously low. IQ and Paradox getting forced to back up here. 3 members still here, but it looks like they might go for the retreat. But Keto is going to be able to clear out this wave as the members in the fairies go for the back.
What a play. Able to take down 1 inhibitor. They are still holding on to 2 for the side of the Morals as we are slowly creeping in to that mid game. 12 minutes in. And ladies and gentlemen, a strong presence from Nefarious. And to work even more in their favor, the KDA 2-0-8 right now on Ignore This Name for Sicilian. We know how well of a threat he can be as we creep into that late game past that 15-minute mark. And it is slowly getting there. And already with the advantage they have, that is another challenge that the side of No Morals will have to work against, as Luminous Lord is currently being aggroed by the side of Nefarious and also has the zonage. Can No Morals push in there? They are having a hard time finding an opening as Lord is going down to the wire and taken out by some to prove. And now the heavy aggressive circling Eagle.
Definitely, the airlines coming in. We do see the time journey already getting popped, so no immunity for the CC Stampede coming in. The members of the fairs maybe trying to get this fight in. Icy taking dangerously low. Renner Empathy almost connecting with Icy as he safely is able to get out of there. But this Sicilian here dishing out a lot of damage as he has hit this late game power spike. The members of Nefarious are getting dangerous right now, and you can tell No Morales is feeling it ahead of this Lord push right now. They are grouping up for the mid lane. Enhanced Lord coming down. The members of No Morales are trying to clear it out, trying to get some of these minions out the way to reduce on this siege from the members of Nefarious. But now you can see them trying to group up. The Lord's getting in. You can see Azumi getting a little impatient, but Lord's already going to get taken out from the side of No Morales. A good start to the defense here, but these towers are getting pushed. Top tower just getting taken down. Bot tower being focused on the side of Nefarious. Stampede coming in. Fushi almost connecting there with the runners. Everything to try to take out the back line. Azumi's going to jump in for the CC. Not going to find anything. Kolsky, Divine Judgment, pulling in Azumi into that Nexus, but it's going to get traded out. Icy finding Azumi. Sicilian finding out here on closely. Both members going to get traded out. That is a jungler for the XP. The damaged member still up here, though. You can see them all trying to contest and clear out for this defense. Fushi still providing a lot of damage. Almost taking out Paradox with that Renner's Empathy ultimate there. The side of No Morales is forced on the back end here, trying to defend what they have left with the members left on the board. The side of Nefarious sensing blood, smelling blood, wants to end this Candé. We don't know. Mid lane minions pushing in. Fushi sniping out of range of the turret, trying to get it down with no minions currently. Icy Paradox moving over, making their way over to Fushi, trying to force him away. Fushi's gonna dash out, but Icy still on the way with the glove with the Renner shot, almost taking Icy dangerously low. Gonna black boots to avoid the Renner shot there. And right now, Fushi imposing his will. The damage is there, and No Morales knows it, and they cannot overstay in these fights, in these prolonged team fights right now. Sicilian also doing a lot of damage. They are going to be able to maybe keep up this tower with a sliver of health, but Fushi is definitely going to be hungry to still take it down.
You're not seeing Nefarious let their foot off of the gas. 6-13, but it looks like the defensive shield was enough to hold them back for another potential clash. But they are down to their final inhibitor turret on the side of No Morales. And the question is, will they be able to hang in there as Nefarious prepping for another zonage on Luminous Lord? We are 15 minutes and creeping into 16 minutes and officially have stepped into that late game. Sicilian over there with the stacks is going to be a problem. He has his full build minus the dominance eyes being picked up, so the damage is there. The stacks are there, and the question is, will they be able to withstand it on the Morals?
They definitely there with Divine Judgment on Chupapi. No. Ill-advised Bush check there does get taken out. Time Journey already being popped. Zooming in the background of the CC Stampede coming in for Something to Prove. We do see the members collapsing. Icy's going to get taken out by Something to Prove there on the Leomord. Fushi Azumi starting to close in here on this tower. You can't see now that they have gotten these kills, secured these kills, they can go ahead and focus on the Lord. But as it is 4-4, the members of No Morales may try to contest. Their jungler is still up. I don't know if they should go for it. Elizabeth not currently there. Azumi out here zoning right now with the CC, takes out the Cyclone, not gonna let them get that mobility. Thunder Proof will pick up that Lord there. The members of No Morales might have made a costly mistake.
What a mistake indeed. And right now, I don't know if they have the utility at their disposal to withstand another push by the side of Nefarious with the Luminous Lord. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and start clearing these lanes, prepare for the sinkage, as we are going to see that Luminous push in the game. You do see that that Wind of Nature picked up over there by Fushi to kind of withstand some of that physical damage output. Looking at Bruno also picking that up as well, so possibly a little bit of a battle on that Wind of Nature. But right now, if Something to Prove can pull off this win, this will be 3 wins in a row, and then they will just need one more to break the record for the first team with 4 wins in a row for King of the Hill. But UDC No Morals with their strong defense trying to withstand it, but do they have the capability?
Do they have indeed? The Lord is being pushed in. The members of Nefarious lined up. Render's Empathy is going to connect. A lot of damage from Cecilion coming in from the side of Nefarious. They are getting these members down too low. Fushi's going to find the kill on Kolsky. IC is going to return that fight, but Azumi is also going to trade out IC. Time Journey's already being popped. Something to Prove, finding something, but Elizabeth in the back line takes out Fushi, takes out Something to Prove. Right now, Azumi alone. That's a double kill in the hands of Elizabeth. The double kill on the side of Azumi. The XP laners clearly looking to make these plays right now. We do see the knockout strike. Fushi, or not Fushi, Azumi, and Elizabeth's going for the fight, but the energy eruption, Azumi's gonna pick that triple kill. It's now the XP winners, but the minions are gonna finish this game for Nefarious. That's 3 wins in their hand on the path to glory, looking to set a record tonight in King of the Hill.
What a play. Nefarious wasting no time. But again, the power of the Winions. Now that's a record. That's a record itself. First time ever, Winions ended the game.
Absolutely. The minions knowing exactly what wins these games, focusing on that nexus with that action. I mean, we had a crazy duel right there between those XP laners making those plays. The triple kill from Azumi, the double kill from Elizabeth, and almost picking up another triple and defending that. But again, the Winions there to do their job and to keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
Man, pushes indeed. Pressure is there. And 3 wins under their belt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in King of the Hill. If you guys are brand new, this is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and thank you for tuning in with us today. But it's not over. Currently, these teams are competing in a best of 1. Winning team stays on. If you guys want to be a part of these events, make sure you register officially on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. We are also live on YouTube now, so definitely check out the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Drop a subscribe and show your support for these teams. Lots of amazing content coming in the distant future over there as well. But like I said, stay tuned as these teams are going to be preparing to take on the reigning champ Nefarious with 3 wins in a row, only needing 1 more to make history as the only team winning 4 games in King of the Hill without a loss. See you guys shortly.
Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your whips and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Oh. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, oh. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Feeling it when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. To forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody inside of the Land of Dawn, we are back, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we have another banger. We have Nefarious with 3 wins in a row, trying to make history, but they are going against the Kingslayers, Huevo, in this match. The question is, does Huevo have what it takes? We have seen them time and time again rip that title away, rip the records away from teams that are in that position. And right now, Nefarious only needing one more win to kind of secure this over on Huevo. But without wasting any more time, place your votes over in the polls on the MLSA Discord server, as it is officially in there now, and let us know who you think will take this game. Nefarious, the current Kings of the Hills, or Huevo, the Kingslayers. But let's not waste any more time as we are jumping in to the draft.
On the mute there, letting you get your shine on, get your moment on there, Weezy. But we are hopping into that draft, and we're seeing the Joy get taken out again. Don't need to say too much about her. We know why she's up there. Fanny, though, getting banned out from the side of Huevo, and Leslie being banned out from the side of Nefarious. So with that being said, we know for certain we're going to see at least 2 of these highly contested picks in the meta be left on the board for these teams. Speaking of highly contested, Kaja does get taken out, so he won't be the one to slip through the cracks. It could be a Martis, it could be a Leomord, it could be even a Carmilla here. Something's walking, though.
Definitely a lot of picks available to use at the disposal of Nefarious, and they also have the advantage. They have first pick to kind of decide who they want to go with. We do see Martis being locked out, though, trying to limit some of the available meta. But like we said, Carmilla is still in play. Leomord still a valid option. Valentina still on the board, as we've seen teams kind of prioritize that nice and early for the draft.
Absolutely early on in the draft. As we say that, though, the last ban about to be finalized from the side of Weibo, so we can hop into these early picks. Valentina is going to get taken out. So that does mean Leomord and Carmilla is on the board for Nefarious. Who they pick will kind of determine how this goes in for the favor of Weibo on those returning 2 picks. They did show the Carmilla, and they are going to go ahead and lock that in. So now Leomord is on the board for the side of Weibo.
Definitely an interesting thing indeed. Not wanting to allow them to take that Valentina and allowing the Carmilla to walk in on the side of Nefarious, deciding to pick up that Carmilla instead of that Leomord. We do know a little bit more capability out of that Carmilla to be that flex pick, right? We've seen Carmilla kind of work in the XP lane, work in the jungle, work as a roam. Typically, when you see the Leomord, it's only 1 or 2 options, either XP lane or jungle, and 9 times out of 10, it's definitely more favorable for the jungle. And Durza is going to go ahead and secure that. Something we have seen from Weibo, though, is they like to slot in that Gushin. And their Gushin is crazy. Now, the question is, do we see that today? We've seen very few teams have an answer for it. I want to say the only one who really had an answer for the Gushin was Kush over there on Bane. But we do see Rito locking in that Akai to give some zonage, that heavy spin in full effect. But the question is that too early to kind of show it? A little bit of hoverage over the Faramis right now. That Cold Altar may be in effect. That double support that we've kind of been seeing more often for the MLSA.
Absolutely, and we saw this combo get used last night. I can't recall exactly what team it was, but I did point out the fact that it was a strong pairing. But speaking of strong pairings, one of the hottest couples on the land of Dawn, Carmilla and Sicilian, are going to get locked into this match. Now, to go back to what you were saying, right, about that Gujin, they could pick it up right now. Now that the mid lane has basically been solidified, because the only thing I could see that could have happened, right, is Ignore picking up that Bane. That is also AKA Trust. He was also one of the Bane users in that last week, pulling it out against Gujin and finding some success. So that might have been why Weibo might have strayed away from the Gujin right early on in the draft. It is still on the board, and Weeping has still not secured a pick. So we could see it in this later half of the draft now that Sicilian has been put out. Speaking of early on in the draft, Fushi locking in the crossbow of Tang, but going to be faced off against a heavy crossbow, right? So a battle of crossbows in between this Irithel and the Wayne in that gold lane. It'll be interesting to see how they match up as the game does start.
Now, I love to see that Carmilla and also that Sicilian, that dynamic duo couple with that Moonlit Waltz, right? You're able to get Carmilla and pull her out of those tricky situations. Sicilian can kind of call her into him, and that's definitely going to be probably the focus over there for Sicilian. Definitely going to see a little bit more closer synergy from those two. But looking at their frontline presence right now, you have the aggressive Wan, but nothing to really protect them. I mean, you do have Carmilla to rush in, use that Curse of Blood to try and get that CC, but maybe needing a little bit more frontline presence in their favor. Over on the side of Weibo, you do see that Akai definitely going to most likely be the roam, but it's still possible flex pick. Same with Leomord. You expect him to be the jungle, but I mean, he can still run in at XP. But if I'm looking at their draft right now, I'm going to assume that this is going to be Durza over there on the Leomord jungle, and then Rito possibly being the roam, but able to pull a kind of XP lane as well. So I don't know. We'll see as time will tell. But the question is, who will they run as that mage? We've seen them time and time again pull in that Gushin, and a Gushin rushing in on to that Wan, rushing in on to that Sicilian is a super good move right now. And I wonder if Nefarious is prepared for that. I don't think they've seen the havoc that they can kind of put out, I believe, by Weeping over there on Weibo with that micro over there on Gushin.
Absolutely, and it wouldn't be a bad time to pull it out, right? We already know, right, the mage for the side of Nefarious is that Sicilian. Lilia banned out. So, I mean, right there, right, you have a pretty open window to go ahead and take it out and apply that pressure to Ignore on Sicilian if you so choose to do so. Speaking of pressure, we do see Azumi hovering over the Benedetta, one of his favorite XP picks, to apply that pressure, right, on the side of Nefarious to kind of open up that map and provide those rotations that we've seen him perform on with the Frederick even in a matchup that he shouldn't have been able to, but still finding a way, just showing how focused he is as being one of those type of XP laners that like to cut those waves, like to open up the map for his team and offer some of those advantageous positions in those neutrals, but is going to switch over to the Grok and bring in some more utility with the Wild Charge.
No, that's interesting because one of the things we said is a little bit more frontline presence and CC as well. So I can't knock the Grok right now. Definitely a solid option against Rito over there on the Akai. But again, Wu is locking in that Rafaela for the support. So you do have that tank. You have the support in the hands of Huevo. You have Leomord with that Shadow Stampede frontline presence. Yuki able to get in and out with the mobility over there on Irithel. And then Weeping locking in that Xavier, kind of scaling and providing that late game damage for the team. Also using that Dawning Light to kind of snipe across the map for some pickoffs. So gonna have to see a little bit of a plan for Nefarious as they are going up against the Kingslayers, a team known to rip titles right off of these teams. But speaking of teams, ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing to step in to the Land of Dawn. We do have a poll activated over there on the Discord server, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord. Place your votes. Let us know, what team do you think will take this game? The Kingslayers, Huevo, or Nefarious, the current kings of the hill?
Absolutely. And I have to state out the similarities, right? Both of these teams in the hands of their gold laners and mages locked in and secured that late game potential, right? Xavier with the Dawning Lights, right? Sicilian with the Bats Feast. And then we have the marksmen. Again, like I said, the battle of crossbows, the heavy crossbow facing off against the crossbow at Tang. All of these picks kind of ramp up and scale up around the same time and have the same potential to turn these games around. So it'll be interesting. I'm definitely going to put those win conditions on both of these picks to see who can kind of take advantage of these setups in this fight in between Huevo and Nefarious.
Now, I am a fan of both the mages right now. You have two very good late game mages, Xavier and also Sicilian. Definitely going to have to see who kind of plays a little bit safer and is able to make the most out of these fights. A little bit of winning conditions going out, though, over on the bottom side. Oh, wait, a little bit of class as Carmilla pulled in with the Moonlit Waltz.
Definitely pulled in by the Moonlight Waltz, and that's just one of those interactions, right, that can frustrate you if you're the side of Huevo in between MLBB's arguably best couple plays like that. A play that Chupapi should have been punished for, right? Definitely should have been picked off there, but getting saved by his partner in the mid lane there by not ignoring the cries from Chupapi, the pleas for assistance and help, right? So you definitely want to be careful if you're Nefarious, not to let that be kind of your fault, your get out of jail free card, because that's not always going to be available. So you need to be careful on these positionings here.
Yeah, and like we said, speaking of positioning, speaking of objectives, we need to see a focus in the gold lane. It's just that little bit of that awkward dance. Both marksmen having a good advantage against each other, that early game presence, the mobility, but all that tempo can be offset with just one gank. So definitely having to prioritize that gold lane may be one of the key factors to one of these sides taking the lead in the pace of today's match.
Absolutely, and ahead of the match and ahead of the turtle, we can see both teams kind of jockeying for position here, trying to make these plays to kind of annoy people on the map. Speaking of annoy, Rito might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna be forced to pop that sprint right now to get around that turtle wall. Azumi dropped low. Rito is low. A couple members right from both sides low ahead of this turtle. It's gonna make it a little hard from both sides to be able to contest, but the side of Huevo clearly taking control right now of the pit. Rito is all alone on there, and we know the heavy spin is still able to be used. Stampede coming in though. Rio's gonna go ahead and secure that, gonna lock in some of the approval on this Carino. Shadow Assault is gonna get stopped and blocked by the side of Huevo, picking up that first blood on Karina.
What a play, man. You are seeing Huevo take a little bit of an early advantage, taking a kill, taking the turtle, which will give them that slight lead of 300 gold. Not too much of a difference, though. Like you said, one of the key factors is what is going to happen in the gold lane. You could get a slight advantage. Yeah, we got the turtle having a little bit of shield at his disposal, but that 1-1 over there with that Inspire may be a problem. You see Windtalker being picked up by Yuki as we are looking into the items, that Molten Essence over there by that Karina. This looks like it is going to be that Karina tank build in the hands of Nefarious, but you do see a possible clash on the bottom lane. It looks like Huevo possibly wrapping around for Proxy, but changing direction super fast and rushing in onto Sicilian.
It is rushing in, and we've seen a wonderful combo there with the Dawning Light, the heavy spin, and the Stampede. Secure that kill on Ignored in the mid lane, not having time to react, not having time to backtrack, and is going to get clapped on the side of Huevos. We're going to clap. They are rotating over to the gold lane now to exert some pressure. 3v2. Fushi currently getting caught out right now by Wu and the members of Yuki. Yuki calling in the heavy crossbow, doing some serious damage to Fushi. Fushi having to pop the Inspire just to get the safe retreat. Now 4 members in the gold lane, going to force the side of Nefarious in an uncomfortable position. But it looks like they won't be forced on the back just yet.
Man, what a play. 2-0 right now. Huevo coming in strong. The Kingslayers trying to snatch that title away from the Ferris. They do not want them to break that record for 4 wins in a row. 0-2 right now. Definitely strong presence in their favor, and they're forcing the Ferris to be more of the reactive team. But a possible bush play onto Durza.
Absolutely something to prove, and Azumi on top here on Durza. Not going to find the play there, but they are finding Chupapi No here, getting forced to pop the vengeance, but gets taken down by Wu on the Raphaelia. Who are you? He says to Chupapi No, trying to find some vision there. Ahead of this turtle, they are down a member. The side of Huevo can go ahead and start to set up, right, the early zoning on this turtle if they choose to do so, and it looks like they might. Rito already picked up the blue buff. Gonna head over to the turtle pit. Yukinon providing a little bit of pressure over to something to prove here. They are still down right now, don't have the position, are gonna have to fight their way into the zoning by Rue, and that heavy spin that Rio will surely pop right now. Azumi getting damaged. Dawning Light coming out, heavy spin as well. Flicker coming out from the side of Azumi, but the side of Huevo is collapsing here. We do see them take out Chupapi No again. Yukinon is gonna pick up that kill. Durza with the Stampede, looking for more here. Going in for the invade on something to prove with the Karina. Immune to some of the damage. Cecilion trying to back him up, but he still wants to keep fighting all this. The members of Huevo now coming down to rotate with him to give him some assistance, but aren't gonna find any more than the turtle and the kill that they previously already set up. But they are sandwiching here on the gold lane. Rito and Yuki cutting this wave on the gold lane. Maybe could go for something, but we do see Azumi on the top lane applying pressure on that tower, trying to offer something, trying to find a trade, but slow, clearing kind of slow there. May not be able to get it in time.
Looks like you do see Durza joining the battle, using that momentum to clear the minions. Grok on the recall in that process. No towers have fallen. 0-4 right now, stacking up in kills for the side of Huevo. You do see a little bit of a gold lead in their favor as well, as they are up by 1.2k. But a clash over on the bottom side.
Definitely with the links in. Chupapi Nono's going to be able to secure a kill on Wu, but the members are taking danger a little by the Dawning Light, and Yukinon's going to find a secure on Chupapi. That is another kill going to the hands of Yukinon. Fushi able to safely retreat, and that's a 1-for-1 trade. Both of the supports going down, but there could be more action going on here. Ignore the name, but respect the game is coming in with the rotation. Might be able to pick off Yukinon here. They are going in right now. Karina with the Shadow Assault. Yukinon trying to get out, but he's not going to be able to flee that bad feast from Ignore the Name. He does get that kill. Dawning Light coming in, but not going to connect. Does get stunned. Rito with a heavy spin on something to prove, pins him up against the gold crab wall. The members of Huevo are trying to stack up the knock-up coming in. Wu as well with the Holy Baptism is going to find that secure. Wu is going to get the kill on something to prove, and he has something to lose, and it's his life, as the members are Huevo have came down to trade out that previous fight.
What a trade. 6-2 right now, and Huevo steady climbing up. You do see Berserk's Fury being picked up over there by Yuki, and Enchanted Talisman has been slotted in by Wu for some additional CDR over there on that Rafaela. But speaking of skill, speaking of macro and micro, Durza with the Shadow Stampede on the chase to Azumi, but not able to make anything of it, and a possible waste of that utility, that ultimate right there, as Turtle has spawned in, but in favor of Huevo, as they do have the zonage. But the question is, can the Various make their way into this objective? No, they decide not to contest it, and Rito goes ahead and takes it down, increasing the gold lead. Oh my goodness, Fushi getting a kill over on the marksman in that process over on the bottom lane. A 1v1 fight, and just Fushi with the aggressive Inspire able to pull it off, but a backdoor play.
Oh, moment here, we're having a little technical difficulty.
Ooh, a little bit of a backdoor play. You do see the heavy spin by Akai being procced onto Fushi. Will he be able to escape? Yes, he does. Ignore this name with Sin getting that's impact to get that damage and secure the kill. Karina getting a kill as well, taking out Rito. Tower falling down on the bottom side in favor of the Fairies, trying to turn the tempo around. Now 5-6, almost evening out this kill lead. And man, oh man, what a show on our hands. It is neck and neck in terms of these objectives. You do see Fushi in the mid lane trying to clear some of the minions and trying to even out out that temple. They do not want to put Huevo in that snowball effect. And Huevo now having a little bit of a harder time. It definitely was more in their favor, but once we hit that 7-minute mark, we've seen a light switch turn on by the side of Nefarious, and now the pressure is pretty much evened out in terms of gold even. Only a 200 difference in favor of Huevo.
Absolutely, but we do see Fushi's gonna unlock that crossbow tank. Durza has no choice but to fall to his knees in the side of Nefarious here, but the link come down to Papi Nono does have 3 members connected. We do see them trying to find something, find some damage, weeping, sending out the dawning light, not gonna do too much. Yuki Don trying to keep Sun to Prove from engaging on him. We do see the Shadow Assault connect, but not gonna find anything. But Rito gets the knockup on Ignore, is gonna hit the heavy spin on Cecilion here, pins him to the wall. Wu is trying to collapse on him, not enough damage, but Yuki Don does find the kill, might find the second one here. He's chasing after Papi Nono, trying to get that double. He does get slowed down. He's still going for it, does not connect. The tower goes down. We do see Rito wall it off here, does find something to prove. Something to prove, gonna be able to retreat back to the tower. Azumi as well, but that is a trade in the favor of Huevo.
They are going to push in that mid tower as well to kind of stack up even more objectives in their favor. The wall by Grok, the wild charge going down.
Wild charge, but it doesn't connect, but he is still going for more. You can all take a dangerous low from the sweep, but the backup from Rito gonna get the knockup. But Fushi in the back line unlocks the crossbow tank, finds Xavier, finds Iritho with the crossbow tank. That's a double kill in the hands of Fushi, currently chasing down Durza. Durza trying to retreat with the Stampede, but Fushi once more. I've never seen a marksman chase down a Leo Mord on the Stampede, but he is not going to pick up that kill. The members of Huevo suffering, letting the side of Nefarious get that crossbow tank on their back line. And speaking of back line here, we do see the surviving members there going to secure this Lord Bats piece coming out. Fushi going out the zone, doing the Rome's job right now, keeping those surviving members from the side of Huevo to step up and get this Lord. But Rito still looking to find a way. He does have the heavy spin. There is potential, right, to be able to secure this even in a disadvantageous position. And we do see him going with a heavy spin. Dawning Light connected with something. Prove we're going to take it. Heavy spin getting forced out from Rito. Fushi going for that back line again, but the members of them are chasing down on Rito, trying to stack and find the kill. We do see Fushi trying to go find something, doesn't get to secure anything. No one falls down from his members, but almost. But the crossbow tank gets unlocked from Fushi. He picks up the kill on Xavier on that mid tower.
Man, what a play. Fushi on fire right now. A tower going down in that process in favor of the Nefarious, turning the tide around. You did see that heavy fight in the mid lane in favor of Huevo, but then instantly a response by the side of Nefarious, winning out that clash, winning out that Lord, even with the heavy spin by Akai, not able to get in there in time and CC Karina away, as Karina was able to tap into that retribution a little bit faster. Fushi, like we said, dominating right now. You do see some late game items being built. The Divine Glaive over there by Sicilian. The Malefic Roar for the pin on Fushi, who's already been a monster. And as we creep from the mid to late game, we are going to see the Sicilian get more and more online as well. And the question is, does Huevo have what it takes to maintain the fight? Can they go against the scary late game pressure that we are starting to see rise on the side of Nefarious as that mid tower does close in? Both teams trying to fight it out, possibly on the blue buff, kind of being a little bit patient. A little bit of defense built on the side of Durza, picking up that brute force in his favor. But 9-7 on the side of Huevo. You have to play a little bit safer, as you have a lot on the line right now. Looking at the map, kind of even in towers, but in terms of pressure, Nefarious taking it by far.
Definitely. Speaking of pressure, we do see the members, right, casting out some of those skills. A little bit of utility coming out from the side of Rafael. The ultimate does get burned out, not going to lead to anything. And even though the kills, right, the kill is low. Speaking of kills, though, they might be able to pick up one here. Rito catching Azumi with the wild charge, going to crowd. Dawning Light on his trail does take him low, but doesn't take him out the game. They almost secured a pick off there. Like I was saying, though, the kills are low, but the intensity is high, right? We're seeing so many potential plays happening. Members barely escaping with their life, and the Fairies trying to escape barely with their win streak intact. Can Huevo take it away from them? We don't know. We do see a bush play here potentially, but the members do back off.
You did see that antique being picked up by Karina. You've seen that full tank build, and that's one of the things Karina can kind of provide. You can either go the full assassin route or the full tank route. No in between those. Hybrid Karina definitely does not work, so definitely glad to see these teams either choosing one or the other. But in terms of what Karina's providing right now, not really much for the team. A 1, 2, and 3 KDA. Able to secure these neutral objectives, though, at least in their favor with that retribution over on Rito. But man, Huevo trying to maintain that presence Towers is trying to push up the map. They did lose on a couple of these clashes. They lost, you know, a neutral objective play as well for that Lord, but you know, that was one fight. Now we are on to another as Lord has spawned in, and it looks like a little bit of split push on the lanes to create that opportunity for Nefarious to have that stronger foot for this objective. And they are going to go ahead and start going for it. They have the zonage in their favor. Huevo having to clear minions. That way they can maintain their towers as they are down to their inhibitors. You do see Wu, you see Rito trying to rush in. Some improve, able to get the retribution. Heavy spin to escape.
Obviously down to his last move there. Rito out of a moment of desperation, gonna have to waste the heavies, but try to retreat. Dawning Light offering out some good damage though on Azumi there, taking low on the Grok there, gonna spell something there on that siege when this Lord pushes up. But speaking of things being spelled out here, obviously the health is low, but so is the utility on the side of Wavo. We did see the heavy spin get used. Ain't no telling if that siege is gonna come back in time for them to make this defense, but you see the members of Wavo grouping up here. They are trying to make something happen. The wall is out from Grok. You could see a wall charge coming out soon. The members of Wavo trying to make this defense happen, but the tower does get down, taken from Fushi. The Dawning Light comes out, finding 3 members super low. Fushi gonna have to get forced to back off along with Chupapi and Azumi, but they are trying to force some pressure on this bot tower. No minions currently there, but it is extremely low. They do still have mid minions coming in the mid, and they have them in the top wave as well. Be interesting to see if they try to rotate over. Something to prove definitely has. It looks like the rest of the team is starting to stagger in. Some of the members are being split from the side of Wavo, defending the bot, defending the top, and right now there's a potential 5v3. The links are down. 2 members connected. Wild charge connects. Does get the stun. Dawning Light coming out, but Azumi's gonna find Wu on that kill. The tower's getting traded out, and it looks like Yukinon is gonna trade out Azumi, but it's just an immortality prop from the side of Nefarious here. Only a 1-for-0 trade, but 2 towers down. Fushi super aggressive here, standing in front of 5 members, desperately wanting to get that crossbow a tank. He has found it successfully in a couple earlier fights, but not gonna find it this time.
Fuji definitely been in a menace right now. Has that Inspire at his disposal and just waiting for the right time to use that crossbow tang. And if I was Huevo, I would definitely be looking out for that, as you do not want that to activate. That will put your team in a very hard position in these fights. But speaking of the fight, you do see that Wind of Nature being picked up over there by Leslie to kind of bait it out and use it at her disposal. But Wanwan also picking up that Wind of Nature as well, and possibly trying to wait for, you know, Leslie over there on Yuki to kind of pull that out first and bait that out. So it's going to be an interesting lineup indeed against both of these sides to kind of close this game out. 10-7 right now, not really high in kills, but high in objectives on the side of Nefarious. They have pretty much a lot of towers at their disposal for insurance. They did lose a lot on the top side though. They are down to that inhibitor, but in the mid and the bottom lane, especially the bottom lane, they still have the whole lane. So they have a margin for error, but not a big one. If Huevo can hold off this fight, they can kind of make that over-aggressive play by Nefarious work in their favor. They may be able to turn that tide around as we are slowly creeping into this late game, 16 minutes in. But in favor of Nefarious, they do have Sicilian. We know that Sicilian is a menace, already having that Divine Glaive to work with them. You do see that Blade of Despair, that Hunter Strike. You see the Blade of Hephaestus, the Immortality by Grok to kind of do that damage, the AoE damage for their team. The heavy defensive build over there by Carmilla is in full effect as well with all defense items. And man, oh man, this is going to be a game. Looking at Leomord, having that Malefic Roar, a little bit of a hybrid build. He has the Bloodless Axe, he has the Brute Force in his favor for some defense and offensive pressure. But speaking of pressure, you do see Nefarious going in without wasting a breath, and they're going to go ahead and secure this Luminous Lord, a 16-minute Luminous Lord, and this will put them in a solid position for a possible push to end this game. The question is, can Huevo hold them off? We know Huevo, honestly, I would say in the MLSA, they're the best team that when it comes to being put under pressure in these situations. We've seen them get an epic comeback, almost a mirrored effect of what we see today. So if any team can do it, it is definitely them. But as this Lord is closing in that mid lane, the clock is getting closer and closer, and can Huevo hold them off as it is making its way to that base? You do see Karina a little delayed in the backside though, but Nefarious wasting no time. They are going to possibly go in. You do see this Lord being bursted down to half health, and do we see a clash? Do we see Nefarious able to capitalize as Lord gets bursted down with no problem?
It does get bursted down with no problem, but the members of Nefarious not looking to back off here. They may still try to push here. They still have minions. Some minions in the top, some minions in the bottom, but Dawning Light coming out connected with Fushi takes him a little low. Fushi wisely retreating there. The members of Wavo could have capitalized with that stampede potentially from Durza, taking him all the way back to the jungle. Not going to look for anything here. That Lord did get wasted, but it looks like they still are going to go for the push. Like we said, the minions are there, but the Dawning Light connected again before the fight even starts for the members of Nefarious grouping up here. They're not sure. Maybe they'll try to end it. Maybe they won't. It looks like they are going to back off here. No minions available here or present to be able to go for this final push. That Lord going to waste. Looks like we'll be spending some more time on the Land of Dawn.
What a play. And like we said, Huevo definitely known for their defensive stance. They are able to hang in these fights. We've seen them contest Luminous Lords time and time again with no inhibitors and no problem. And right now we are seeing a harder time for Nefarious to kind of seal the deal. All they need to do is win this game and they will break history. They will be known as the team with the highest wins in a row. 4 wins in a row for King of the Hill Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. You do see Huevo there able to maintain that pressure though, and they don't plan on leaving any time soon. They know if we can win one more clash, we can possibly close out this game with the epic comeback. 10-7 right now. Very impressive by both sides. Definitely in favor of the side of Nefarious, but not that much. You do see only 3 kill difference and not a high kill game to be almost 20 minutes in. You do see a little bit of anti-heal picked up over there by Leomord right now, as he is going to kind of plan to kind of go in possibly for some lifesteal on Carmilla, possibly. But this is interesting indeed to kind of see as this match progresses. Divine Glaive has been slotted in by Weeping, to get additional pin and to get that late game damage effect. Rito sliding in that immortality. You're seeing a lot of power items being slotted on the side of Huevo. Maybe this is their secret to closing out this game. Starting to switch a couple items around and prepare for these clashes. If we do take a look at the items, immortality in the hands of Carmilla, in the hands of Karina, in the hands of, oh my gosh, Grok has it as well. The ones that do not have it though, that Sicilian, that Wanwan. So if their backline does get taken down, they will be out of the game. Over on the opposing side, Leomord doesn't have it. You also see Iritha without it as well. So again, a backline, the jungler, and the mage getting taken out will be a problem. But man, oh man, time will tell. As Nefarious playing a little safe. They know they have to wait for these objectives. They wait for those lords and then they sink those lanes. The side of Huevo playing a little bit safer, but playing smart. And this is what you have to do. You see a lot of teams get very impatient when it comes to having no inhibitors, and they try and push out and go for a fight. But you cannot do that. You need to stand your ground. We do see Luminous Lord making his way down that mid lane. We do see a little bit of sinkage as well. And then Nefarious standing strong, prepping for this final clash. Can they do it? Will they break the record? Can they take 4 wins in a row as Luminous Lord is making his way down to the Nexus?
It absolutely is. They could potentially end the game right here, right now. They're looking for the base. They're looking for first place. The members of the Nefarious currently grouping up, looking for something. Carmilla is down in place, but the members of Nefarious dangerously low. Already immortality, prop stampede coming out. Yuki not trying to trade out the damage, gets dropped dangerously low. Gonna have to go for the retreat. Heavy spin coming out. Lord's already getting cleared out. The members of Huevo fighting back. Donnie Light finding Yuki on there. We do see Crossbow Tank almost getting popped, but does find the kill on the members of Huevo. There's only 2 more against 4 members of the Nefarious. They're aiming for the base, and they're gonna go ahead and take this game. They have now set the record. That's 4 in a row, and King of the Hill, the first to do it. Who would have knew it? The team that's been struggling this week, last week, finds a way to break through.
Man, oh man! What a game! Taking out the Kingslayers and breaking a record on top of that. Well played by the side of Nefarious, and looking at Fushi 6-0-6. The MVP, the marksman in full effect. Wanwan being a problem with that crossbow tang in the Land of the Dawn. But Huevo still able to maintain that long fight. Definitely not an easy game. 21 minutes in. A little pull over on the data side of things. Speaking of Wanwan, Fushi heavily focusing on those objectives, maybe a little bit of keys to victory when you do fight Nefarious is limiting the capability and the rotation that Fushi does. You know he is their primary focus for towers. He has 68%. Also, team participation. He's always around the team for these fights. 92%. Two high stats for the team, and definitely one of those members who keeps the glue together. You know, that the back of the spine for the book that Nefarious has, and you definitely need to find an answer for it going forward. But ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you guys tuning in. This is King of the Hill, and that was possibly one of the best matches we've had today, as history has been broken. But it's not over yet, as many more teams are available to compete and try and stop this fire that Nefarious has started. So we will be back shortly as these teams are getting ready, but don't go nowhere. Grab a drink, get some popcorn, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. To forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. I can feel it when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never wanna forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have another banger as Nefarious claims the title for most wins in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy in a row for King of the Hill. 4 wins under their belt, and they are climbing that ladder, but the question is, how high can they go? Another team facing them trying to claim that title, as we do see Nova Core, one of the top teams in the MLSA right now, is going to go ahead and try and claim that title. But the question is, will they be able to stop that tempo, that momentum that we've been seeing Nefarious play with? Because right now they are on fire. Looking at these two teams, though, we do have a poll going up over on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. So definitely place your votes and let us know. Does Nefarious take another win? 5 wins in a row, an even harder record to beat? Or will Novacore knock them off that ladder, snatch that crown, and be named the new Kings of the Hill?
Absolutely, and this is going to be a crazy match. We got Novacore, who showed up for the first time last night. Wasn't like what they seen. Wasn't like what they were able to produce last night in terms of results, because here they are again, looking to be the next team in line to try and deny Nefarious another win underneath their belt. Speaking of deny, we do see Kaja being slotted in with that divine judgment, looking to catch some of these unsuspecting players from the side Nefarious in his clutches.
Man, oh man, definitely have to be wise about this draft. These are 2 teams that we know can compete at that higher level. Kaja being locked in over there by Nova Ash. And man, we know how well this team can perform. I believe Nova Ash, we've seen the Atlas, we've seen the Minotaur. Always definitely one of the key players on the side of Novacore at the right place at the right time. Who is Peter? Their mage. Definitely been dominating a lot as well. So I'm excited to kind of see what they are going to bring to the table. If any team can knock Nefarious off the ladder, I do see it being Novacore. But Nefarious, they've fought a lot of good teams, and they've kind of made us bite our words a little bit. So we do got a little bit of votes going in. Deku definitely voting for the side of Novacore right now, and I'm going to put my vote on the side of Nefarious.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I mean, I'm going to put the chips on them, right? I do see a couple of those picks we seen last night. Besides the Kaja right from Nova, the Eve being locked in, we seen Peter perform with the Eve, the real world manipulation, something you love to cast over. And you'll get the chance to do now as we slide over to PvP, but also the Beatrix. We talked about this earlier. Such a highly contested pick and finding so much success in the MLSA. Definitely, when the stats come out, will potentially have one of the highest win rates, unless things go wrong here and maybe tomorrow night in those scheduled scrims. But as of right now, Beatrix, a hot commodity and definitely something you want if you're looking to win in the MLSA.
Now, I remember, Novacore's first match with us, their first scheduled scrims. We said they're a team that kind of changes the way you have to draft against. You see, he was Peter locking in that Eve again. We saw that Eve in that Atlas combination being hard to deal with in the past, but Peter picking up that Eve again, knowing how to have that placement. Even when they had to use Zong against him. They had a lot of picks to try and rush in on him, and it did not phase him at all. He played the positioning down to a T and was able to be at that right place at the right moment to provide that utility with that real world manipulation. So looking at the side of Nefarious, a little bit of things they have to look out for. Watch out for who is Peter. Try and focus on that mage because he has very solid positioning. Watch out for Nova Ash, picking up that Kaja with that Divine Judgment. We know Nova Ash, if anything, is possibly the best placement at all the right times for the side of Novacore. So definitely some of their secret weapons in effect. Chupapi Nono picking up that Grok. Izumi over there on that Fredrin. Something to prove, locking in one of the best junglers this season with that Leomord.
Definitely locked in for the side of Nefarious. They're already locked in on that front line, something we just kind of noted that they like to go towards. The Fredrin and Grok being picked up, and the Fredrin starting to become one of those rising picks in Izumi's pool, right? Straying away from the Benedetta recently and starting to go for some more durability in the XP, but not straying too far away from his roots. Still likes to get those rotations, causing a lot of ruckus, a lot of chaos on these opposing teams, finding a lot of ways to be an impact player from the furthest lane of the action. Speaking of action, we do see Lilia getting taken out, not going to be able to bring those glooms to the action. Cecilia being hovered over by Nefarious. And Wheezy, I think we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern, don't you think?
Yeah, this is definitely interesting indeed. You do see Nefarious locking in that Sicilian, that late game damage. Also having the Sanguine Claws. I don't mind it too much. I'm not sure with recent patches, though, if it can kind of displace Nova, who is Peter over there on the Eve anymore. So I think it has to be direct suppression and taking up that Kaja to kind of limit that. And then I don't see them picking up Franco either, as Chupapi locked in that Grok. So I don't know. This is an interesting game indeed. We do see Fredrin making more of an appearance in the MLSA than ever. And I want to say, in terms of like common picks for the MLSA so far, right? If we had to go in terms of all the heroes, we have Beatrix making a lot of a very heavy appearance. Even Akai being seen more often. Grok definitely still in there. Fredrin in there as well. Leomord, Kaja, typical if they walk in there. Oh, and not to mention Lapu Lapu. We've seen him used more often than not, and especially stacked up against that Fredrin. I know Deku, Fredrin main kind of stated it, even when he goes against that Lapu Lapu in the XP lane, having a little bit of a hard time, and he even has Fredrin in his in-game name. So if it's a problem for him, I definitely understand why Nobody-chan over on Nova has slotted him.
Absolutely. Speaking of slots, both sides getting some powerful picks locked in. The heavy spin has been locked in, right? Beatrix locked in, Real World Manipulation locked in, Divine Judgment being picked up. But on the other side, the Stampede, the Wild Charge, right? The Bad's Feast, and even the Fredrin, right? Both sides have some very nice lineups. The compositions are looking fairly even. If you ask me, there's good counterplay, there's good engages, good disengages. I mean, we are going to have a match on our hands. Not only are the picks good, but the players are exceptional. We have seen them all perform. Nova last night, Nefarious, since the Scrim Academy has been open, a consistent name, now on the rise, shaking off the dust on the current 0-4 that they recently had, but now 5-0.
Yeah, this is
four.
Yeah, he's trying to predict the future. Wait, you voted on Novacore. You trying to say, he already saying they won the guy, huh? Got him. Hey, we know where that vote really stands. He just want to get that Novacore jersey. I see what you're trying to do there.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the land of the Dawn. We see Novacore, a rising team, a top team for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, going up against the current champs, the current kings with the record, and now known as the Record Breakers. They have 4 wins at their disposal, and if they take this game, this will be number 5 to make it even harder for any team to steal that title.
Absolutely going to be hard to steal that title. Both of these teams right now have what it takes to get a win from the other. Like we've been stating in a lot of these matches, it's just going to come down to execution. I would love to see some of these engages right from the side of Nefarious. Definitely keeping my eye on Azumi. Speaking of keeping an eye on Chupapi, trying to keep an eye on the members of Nova in this bush. We're taking a lot of damage to do so ahead of this Litho. Not going to have a lot of HP on their side. Members collapsing. Again, Azumi, like I said, pointed out, rotating in for that 4v3, trying to get a little bit of an advantage. They do secure the Litho in the hands of Nefarious.
What a play. Nefarious trying to take that little lead. They know they're going against a top-tier team, and they know these little things matter. Focus on the macro, focus on the objectives, and kind of get the little things in their favor. Given a little bit of a possible invade, trying to lay Nefarious right now is Nova Ash. Like we said, having the best placement for the side of Novacore, rushing in onto that Grok. Will they secure the Retribution, though? Looks like he is able to get it, and using that momentum to try and get some poke damage, forcing Ash and Peter on the retreat.
Absolutely, and forcing more than a retreat, right? The flicker out of the hands of Ash, going to be huge coming up ahead of that turtle. Even if he unlocks 4, not going to be able to get too close in range to secure that Divine Judgment on the members of the fair. It's going to be very hard to close that distance. We're going to close the distance. The timer on the turtle closing in less than 10 seconds. Now, as the members of both teams are starting to kind of rotate over, it looks like the side of Nefarious is going to get the lead there on that rotation, though, already heading down to the turtle.
Definitely getting ready for this first major objective. And right now, Nefarious able to get that Lethal Wanderer, having a little bit slight difference in gold, though, and advantage of the side of Novacore. And it looks like they are going to start prepping for that zonage. But over on the top side, you see First Blood, Fushi being aggressive on to Jolie and able to secure that kill for the team. Clash going in on the turtle.
Absolutely. Speaking of security here, we might see a kill getting secured on Nobody-chan. We do see the Brave Stance getting entered. So much defense, though. Heavy Spin already getting popped out, but Azumi's going to find the kill. Solar Crew's going to pick up the turtle here. Real World Manipulation down by Peter. Peter's going to get forced back by Azumi. The members are still forcing Wild Charge set on the Panda Man up against the wall, and they're doing their best to take him out. Nova Sin is Nova dead, as they do ask for a P, though.
A little bit of a request for a pause on the side of Novacore right now, as that early start may have been a technical difficulty possibly, but 4 kills in the lead of Nefarious, the current champs. And man, I gotta say, like, they are scaling through time, through the weeks of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Just seeing teams like this, you know, kind of puts that tear in your eye on how well they perform, just with a little bit of practice, and I love to see it. I definitely, with no doubt, can't wait till we put out this tier list and kind of give a breakdown of the teams that have been competing over on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and where we think they kind of fare off in terms of best team to worst, and also if we think they can make it over to top 32 North America.
Most definitely. And I mean, honestly, Weezy, can we really make a best to worst? I think we're just looking at a best to best. I mean, all these teams have stepped up since they entered into the Scrim Academy. What once looked like a clear route right to the standings is being shaken up once again. Me personally, I had Nefarious dropping tremendously on the standings. Like I said, they were on a 0-4 tailspin, but today already recovering that, now flipping the narrative 4-0. Speaking of 4-0 up there on the scoreboard, 4-0 in favor of Nefarious. Looks like 4 is the lucky number for them, once it looked like a curse previously.
And you know, you got to say how impressive it is to take 4 wins in a row. Not even like easy wins. Like, you're going against really good teams. Taking out the Kingslayers in the last match, Huevo. And you're going against a lot of different dynamics, a lot of different players with different plans, different synergy, different hero picks, and also different game plans. And Novacore, if I have to say, what I think they kind of focus on is placement inside of these fights. They're a team that knows how to kind of prioritize getting to that back line, getting the ultimate for your team, providing that set capability. As we see a lot of teams kind of have a harder time. They'll kind of slot in an Atlas and not be able to get the Fatal Links. They'll kind of slot in a Sicilian and not be able to get to the late game. They'll slot in a Claude and lose in the early game, delaying the late game capability. But Novacore, you don't really see that type of situation. Even though they're down 0-4 right now, definitely see if any team can kind of pick up that pace and make it work in their favor, they will be the ones to do it. You see Clash going in over on the top side though. Nova Ash rushing in with the Ring of Order over on Kaja.
Absolutely there. A little bit of issue there, but no issue for the side of Nova completing onto this game. They're trying to find something here. Real World dropping down. They are trying to secure this tower, not finding any though, not being able to return any kills right here. Not going to get this tower, but we do see something to prove now, returning with the counter gang, but is going to get turned away and denied by the heavy spin. What a play by Nova Sin. Both teams trying to find something, but finding nothing.
Nothing indeed. 0-5 though in favor of Nefarious. And man, I think just like we said, that pressure, the momentum, the fire that they have started is not easily put out, and they are going to go in for this turtle. You do see Nova Sin trying to go in for a possible backdoor play, but able to pull it off.
Is able to pull it off, does easily walk up and contest after hiding in the bush there for a while. No one really stepping up to check that. I guess we can attribute that to Chupapi No being a little low there on the grok.
Man, oh man. Definitely impressive though. I will say over on placement, we spoke about that for Novacore, one of the best teams to kind of get these objectives and focus on what's important, getting that backdoor retribution.
Absolutely. Speaking of backdoors, we did see Chupapi potentially, right, going for that sandwich gank there, but Nova Ash providing that vision, and unbeknownst to Jolie, might have saved his life there. But these members, right, fighting hard from the side of Nefarious. We're seeing Nova in an uncomfortable position, right? 5-0 right now on the scoreboard.
5-0 right now, and they need to find some answers, but Divine Judgment by Nova Ash.
That's right, Nova Ash finding something. Nova Sin also heavy spin up against the wall. Jolie doing a lot of insane damage with the Naru's Passion, trying to get away from Chupapi, trying to get that kill. He narrowly escapes. Literally 1 HP, picking up a kill and not going to get traded out. That's a 1-4-0 trade going to the favor of Novacore, finally putting themselves up there on the board.
Man, oh man, and like we said, if any team can do it in the mid lane, another kill, trying to even out that scoreboard. Now 3-5. It was 0-5 not even 2 minutes ago, and now able to kind of pick it up by over 50%. Fight still going in on the top side though. You see Sicilian kind of clearing those lanes. We know he is that late game mage, and if Nefarious can last the late game, he may be the threat they need to win this game.
Absolutely late game, but a little late on rotations over there. But down here in the bot lane, we are seeing a little bit of a scuffle there, but the members of Nova might be able to collapse on Fushi. Gonna force the flicker out. That's just good pressure from Nova Ash. Nobody in Azumi fighting it out. No one gonna be in any harm's way. Speaking of harms, there might be some harm inflicted. We do see the turtle coming out, but the Divine Judgment almost securing a kill on Chupapi No in the mid lane. Jolie gonna call the Naru's Passion to force down that minion wave, mid pressure in. They are still securing this turtle uncontested. Nobody able to contest Sin picking up that neutral objective.
Neutral objectives definitely going in favor for Nova Corps right now. And like we said, their placement is very hard to deal with. Even when they're at that, disadvantage, being down by 5 kills in the early game, they're easily able to catch back up. It is now an exact even gold lead. And speaking of lead, you do see a rush in for that blue buff, able to secure it over on Nova Sin to kind of take that slight 100 gold advantage.
Absolutely, a little bit of a scuffle here. Members grouping up around the gold lane. Fushi and Chapapi obviously been in tangent up there as Nefarious has been playing to the strength of the gold lane. They are currently just providing a little bit of vision. Nothing much going on here. They already lost the tower, so not a lot of clear space to work with. Speaking of towers being lost, we do see the bot lane almost ready to drop, facing off in that Wapu Wapu and his matchup there in the XP. But speaking of matchups here, we do see Nova Ash secure the kill on Thunder Proof. World down, creating a little bit of a mess, which you probably don't know who's getting caught out in the frame. But Azumi finding his way to the back line. Azumi on those carries, trying to find something. The CC is in, trying to make something happen, but Heavy Spin is out, not going to find anyone, going to get forced back on the retreat. Jolie still there, forcing out some render shots on Azumi, connecting quite a bit there. Not going to find anything, but nobody finding something on the trade renders. Empathy connecting to Sicilian as they are trying to pressure down this mid tower. The members of this team here are grouping up on the mid. They might be able to force it. They don't have much utility, but are still trying to get in here and find a way to trade out this tower. But Chupapi getting sandwiched in between the members of Nova Corps, hitting them right where it hurts. They are still grouped up, 5 members against 2 members of Nefarious. Jolie taking his time patiently outside that range, sniping around. Peter providing a little bit of slow, right? Some zoning off, keeping the members of Nefarious back, and they're definitely going to secure that with Jolie with this Beatrix now looking to pick up this blue buff. We do see something to prove maybe for the contest, does secure it with the Retribution, but with that Retribution coming out ahead of this lore now no longer has the free security, right, to contest Nova Sin here on this Akai. But the Stampede is out looking for Peter, finds it, Brave Stance coming out. No, he doesn't get it. To suppress the Divine Judgment, find a way to turn that fight. World has dropped down to Poppy, finding the Kaj there, not going to be able to do much. Jolie's going to pick up a double kill. Azumi's on the back line, trying to train it out. They're not going to find anything, but Nova Sin finding Azumi dangerously low, but Peter taking out Azumi before that ultimate can connect. Now to Poppy against all the members. The last one there around the pit. Jolie rolling in with a Renners there, trying to find Fushi. The members of Nefarious being dropped out, not going to be able to contest no longer. Fushi forced back, and the remainder of the team is going to pick up this in the hands. Lord, what a slaughter fest going into the favor of Nova Corps.
What a play. What a turnaround. And we spoke about it. Nova Corps, I honestly have to say, is the best team in terms of placement and in terms of objectives. When you see a huge disadvantage, they don't freight, but they actually, turn that pressure in their favor and start playing the game even tighter, on the little things, chasing the back lines, getting the backdoor retributions, forcing the Lord play, forcing a Retribution out prior to the Lord spawning in. And when they were contesting that blue buff, like I said, it's all well thought through. It's all strategized. And I will say you are seeing a very strategic play style from the full team of Nova Corps right now. Looking at items, though, you are seeing a lot of damage from the side of Liam Ward. On the side of Beatrix, though, does have that Blade of Despair and Malefic Roar to work in her favor. Bruno kind of having that Wind Talker, that Berserker's Fury for the crit will be the kind of matchup you're going to see between these two marksmen as Lord makes his way on that tower.
Absolutely. In the real world manipulation, the heavy spin combo going down. Wall charge finding Peter, though, not going to be able to stop the Jolie finding the kill on Liam Ward here, looking for more, but then Bruce Passion doing a lot of damage. Bruno's going to be able to trade out, but Joel's going to trade him right back out for the double kill. Finish going out, not going to connect anyone. Town getting taken down by Nova Sin. The side of Nova Corps is enforcing their will. The 4v3 right now against surrounding members. They're going to find that mid lane tower. Now going for the top lane inhibitor. The side of Nefarious is trying to defend this, throws the wall down, trying to catch something. They do separate the members of Nova Corps, gonna pick up that member on Sin, but in the mid lane, Jolie focusing on those objectives. That's 2 towers down, pushed by Jolie in the midst of that fight. Maybe looking for more here. They're inching towards the bot lane. So much damage, though. Nobody Chan connected with somebody with those blades. They're gonna take the kill on Chapapi. No here. Members falling left and right from them. The real world is down, sieging the tower, reducing the stampede, though. Brave Fighter stance has been entered. Not gonna be able to enter the fight, though. Fushi started to prove, but that Divine Judgment finds Fushi. Can they secure that kill? No. Members not able to back him up. Nova Ash is going to get taken out, and the rest of the team is forced on the retreat. What a defense, what a siege. Members going down for both teams, but it does go in the hands of Nefarious. They are able to hold on just a little longer here.
Nefarious trying to remain the Kings of the Hill, trying to hold that title and increase it to 5 wins in a row. They have already had a phenomenal run. They've won 4 in a row, taking out some huge teams for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But like we said, as you get up that ladder, you know, that title gets higher and higher, and more teams get thirsty to kind of take them down. And right now we are seeing NovaCore with a little bit more pressure, a little bit more macro and micro against Nefarious. But the question is it enough to take out the current Kings? We've seen Nefarious go against some phenomenal forces and able to close out these difficult games. But speaking of difficult, Lord, Enhanced Lord, Luminous Lord spawned in, and it looks like NovaCore will have the zonage. Can they secure this objective? Will Nefarious decide to contest it, as you do see Chipoppy going in for a little bit of vision and zonage and a possible wall? But Lord down to half HP.
Speaking of half HP, Azumi getting dropped dangerously low, gonna get taken out by Peter here on the back line. Nobody trying to find somebody. Fushi trying to retreat there, gets forced back. Nobody low, Fushi low, but the members are backing. They're down in the 5v4 here as the Lord is being contested by Nova and Nefarious. But like I said, they're down. Chipoppy hitting the wall charge, but no one there. Suppress coming in from Divine, gonna take him down. Ash ignored, finding Jolie. Jolie's taken down. 3v2 right now. This can go any which way. Fushi is able to stay alive here, but the Lord does get picked up by Sin right now, and what a bloodbath they are having. Fushi might be overstaying here. Don't want to get caught out by Peter with that Ice Queen wand. Might be able to find him. They're trying to inch to him. Might be able to secure that kill, and Peter does find him with the kill. Maybe a knockup coming in from Nova. Sin in the heavy spin, finding the mage for the side of Nefarious, but is going to wisely retreat there. No members on the side of the wall, but a zombie jumping over to the other side, not going to find anything there. And oh my goodness, so much action going on. 4v3 right now for the side of NovaCore as they push down with this Lord against Nefarious, but something to prove does spawn in here, so we'll be back onto a 4v4. Beatrix not going to be able to make it, so it's a 5v4 that the side of NovaCore is looking to potentially take. They got you, Poppy, force the wild charge out, force the flicker out, not going to be able to look too much here. Nova Ash going to pick up the inhibitor tower. The base is completely open here. We do see Nova is still going for the push. Potentially, maybe they taking out all the exterior, all this is the interior, all this is the Nexus, and Nefarious is going to have to try to defend this like that life depends on it. Their streak definitely does.
Man, oh man, what a play as NovaCore is dominating in terms of objectives, leaving no towers on the map for Nefarious, forced in that awkward position. Oh, that momentum, taking some serious damage over there to Fushi. Now, only a few teams we've seen be able to pull back from this, right? And Huevo being one of them. Now, seeing Nefarious in this awkward position, do they have what it takes when their backs are up against the wall? No towers available. Can they turn this in their favor?
Can they turn it in their favor? Indeed. Gonna need a huge favor from the MLBB gods if you're Nefarious. Like I said, the base is completely cracked open, and with a team like Nova with this Eve in the back line, it's gonna be very hard to make something happen. Divine Judgment though, finding you, Poppy, wild charge, but this thing to cut out in that real world. Peter's gonna take him down. Now the rest of the team is in an uncomfortable position. Heavy spin is gonna pin, ignore double kill from Peter. Azumi in the back line, but Azumi all alone. Nova's still gonna find a kill on the Bruno. Jolie finding the kill on Azumi, flickering in, looking for Morris on Something to Prove. Something to Prove finds a kill, but Jolie finds it right back, and now they're on the Nexus. All members of Nefarious down. The end of the streak is here. They're going to end it right here, right now. And NovaCore on top tonight in King of the Hill, the new King Slayers.
Woo! On fire as these games just get better and better. Speaking of better, NovaCore able to close it out against Nefarious, the reigning champs, the title breakers, and man, having them some new kings on the board. That's insane. We've seen NovaCore kind of dominate throughout the MLSA scrims. A newer team registered, but I have to say, if I rate them in terms of their caliber, they are definitely one of the best. So definitely not a small feat. But looking at Nefarious, they swayed my opinion on them. You know, I did see them a couple of days prior in the MLSA week 1, and I wasn't really sure where I placed them at. But now, after seeing 5 games in a row, and they took 4 of them, I have to say they are nonetheless one of the best teams on the server currently. So if y'all don't think so and you're in the server, you better jump in there and sway our opinions in future Kings of the Hill. But like I said, that is not it. We see some new title makers, some new kings, NovaCore stealing the crown on Nefarious. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere as we have some more teams sneaking in here. Next, we have Ackerman to take on the new Kings of the Hills, the ones who stopped them from rising up to take game 5 in a row. So I got to say, if any team goes up against Ackerman, one of the best teams in North America, not only on the MLSA, but in all of North America, with World Championship members on that team, such as Zia. So exciting time indeed. They also have the MVP on their team, Kush, from week 1. So this is going to be an intense match. Probably the best one tonight, and that's hard to say because all of these were bangers. But guys, grab your drinks, get some popcorn, and we will be right back shortly.
Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you, the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Feeling it when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. To forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Always on my mind, always in my brain, yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. here when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the land of Dawn, and the ladder gets higher and higher. Novacore taking the title away from the title breakers, away from the Kings of the Hills, Nefarious, and now they maintain that crown. But they are going against one of the best teams in North America, some World Championship members, as Zia is stepped into the land of the Dawn. The question is, does Ackerman have what it takes to take that title away from Novacore? This is going to be the first time we've ever seen these two teams compete against each other. So definitely interested indeed. I will say, if not, these might be one of the best teams in our server. So I'm expecting a banger out of this. But like I said, we are looking at Ackerman. We are looking at Novacore teams with that high caliber of gameplay, macro, mastery of heroes, micro, everything. So without wasting any more time, let's jump into the draft.
Yes, and as we head into that draft, we already see some bands up there on the map. And one to key in on is that Fanny, right? We do know Kush on the side of Ackerman definitely is a Fanny lover, user, and abuser. Will definitely equip that if you let him get the chance. Speaking of not getting the chance, though, we do see Joy taking out Kaja and Martis as well up there on the ban list.
Now, this is going to be an interesting match, right? If we look at both sides, Novacore, possibly one of the best placement teams on our server. We've seen them come back from a 0-5 deficit in the early game. We've seen how well Peter operates on those mages. We've seen, over there, Nova Ash having the set capability, even on Kaja, Atlas, Minotaur, able to get it all done. But they are going against Ackerman, one of the top teams, if, close to even the Valley. So I really want to see how this plays out. They're going against a team who's mastered macro, micro. Both sides have mastered it. So I want to say this is going to be a textbook game. These little mistakes are going to definitely have to be capitalized on from either side, and maybe more of a safer game. I don't know. I don't even, if I had to guess, I wouldn't even say this would be a high kill game. I would expect it to be kind of low and more objective based. But what's your opinion going into the game for these two teams, Deku?
I definitely got an opposite view. While you believe this might be a showcasing of pacifism, I expect violence from the side of Akron, right? I was told by T they're looking to end these games in 10 minutes. No fooling around this time around in King of the Hill. I'm looking to see some snowballs. I'm looking to see some 3v1, 4v1 rotations, looking to see towers drop, bodies drop, the winds drop for the side of Novacore, with Ackerman stepping into the King of the Hill now. I would be a fool to agree with you and think there will be peace in the Middle East coming from the side of Ackerman.
Oh, man. But like we said, Novacore really good on placement. So if Ackerman has, we've seen in a couple of matches, they go for those early finishes. And what comes with early finishes is over aggression. But they know how to pull it off. They know how to rotate, gank the heroes needed to get those kills. And sometimes they go with those wild card drafts just because they have such a high hero pool and mastery, and they are able to make it work. But if they do go a wild card type of draft against a team like Novacore, it might be a little bit harder to pull off. So that may be an uphill battle just due to the fact that Novacore is kind of up there in terms of objective, in terms of kind of getting the job done when needed. So wasting no time at all, Kush is going to go ahead and secure that Carmilla.
They do secure the Carmillas. They do secure a pick kind of at the top of the meta right now, currently in this patch. But Nova Core, we do know they're not scared to potentially lock in that Eve nice and early. Not one of the top meta picks, but a top pick for them, a top comfort. Speaking of top comfort, we do see Jolie locking in that Beatrix, had on quite the showing against Fushi, right, in that marksman battle. Fushi, who had been rolling on quite a few marksmen tonight on that win streak. They had that 4-man win streak, and the King of the Hill met Jolie in the gold lane, and it was a different story. So Jolie sitting on that comfort could spell a little bit of a problem for Zia over there on the gold lane, who he will be matched up against tonight. A top 8, even more so, right? An ex-BTK player as well. So definitely one of those champions, world vetted players over in the gold lane.
Definitely having to kind of focus in on Zia, maybe the plan over on Nova Core. As you know, he has an easier time against unexperienced marksmen. Now, Jolie, I wouldn't really count as unexperienced, though. Definitely, I've seen through the matches just how well Jolie performs. But if we do kind of run it back a little bit, when they did go up against Nefarious, we did see Jolie die first over to the marksman on the side of Nefarious. So definitely maybe playing a little bit safer against Zia, as he is one of those players who will wait for you to play overly aggressive and possibly pick a direct counter on to that Beatrix. But something also interesting, like we said, Beatrix the marksman being slotted almost every single match for the MLSA, and may be on the rise for one of the best marksmen with recent patches.
Absolutely. Definitely one of those picks right now that have been leading to a lot of wins for teams. Whether it's specifically because of the Beatrix, I'm not sure. We'll have to go back over the tapes, but I know one thing. If there's a Beatrix in your draft, there's probably a win following shortly after. Speaking of following the draft, after those picks getting locked in from the side of Nova Core, we see the Yuzhong and the Grok being picked up. And I think this is only the second time we've seen Yuzhong locked in, and he actually struggled in the first outing, right? Even losing, it actually was against this exact same team, against Nova Core, right? We've seen the Yuzhong from the side of Whale try to answer and respond to Peter on that Eve, that comfort pick, and did not secure that win. So maybe a different story with the second outing for YZ. One can only hope. But something we also see in the story is that Atlas Nova Ash in their first outing, the Atlas Eve combo was insane. The fatal links inside of the real world manipulation caused chaos for Wavo, right? So hoping to see some of that repeating themes. That's 2 comforts already locked in, right? The Beatrix, Atlas. Only thing missing is that Eve. And I would not be surprised if it gets locked on later on in this draft.
An interesting draft indeed. You do see Nova wasting no time picking up that Atlas. And if anybody can pull it off, we've seen Nova Ash's placement. And like I said, I honestly think one of the best players even in the MLSA in terms of placement for these type of ultimates. So you definitely have to watch out on the side of Ackerman, as Nova Ash has been known as a threat on that roam. Riz over there on that Grok, though, is definitely going to be interesting indeed nonetheless. Able to use that Guardian's Barrier, that wall, to kind of block off the side of Nova Core, and also that wild charge for a little bit of knockup. But speaking of knockup, they do have Nobody-chan on that Fredrin, who's also been kind of slotted more often than not for the MLSA, having that energy eruption for the taunt, having that Appraiser's Wrath to kind of rush in and do that final damage. And the lower his health pool is, the higher the damage output is. You do see Beatrix, one of the most picked marksmen for MLSA. A lot of most picks, if you notice that, more in the favor of Novacorn. We kind of predicted for Ackerman, right? We said they're more of that team that kind of picks those wild cards, things that make you think outside of the box, like that Yuzhong. Probably not something we would have predicted being slotted, but again, Ackerman being unpredictable. But they are able to, kind of make these work in their favor. So I'm really excited to see how this works going into this draft, but we are seeing a heavy frontline presence and heavy CC on both sides. Carmilla able to get that Curse of Blood for the stun, Yuzhong with the knockup, also the Black Dragon to be able to drop down, give some CC, and activate that Shaw Essence. Grok with the Wild Charge for the knockup, the Guardian's Barrier for the walls, and then on the opposing side, like I said, we just did that breakdown over on Fredrin, the Atlas, and then more frontline is who is Peter, who we've seen slotted more in that maze position, is locking in the Lapu Lapu.
He is locking in that Lapu, and from the side of Ackerman, going to lock in that carry, right, to face off against the front line of Novacore. Lilia also being hovered over wouldn't be a bad pick at all. But looks like they might be going for a little more pickoff as they hover over the Kagura. I see the Farsa also being hovered over. That wouldn't be too bad of a pick as well. Would kind of a hard time, though, having to fight against Ash, so might be a reason why they kind of waver off of that and kind of looking for the Kagura to be able to have some of that CC immunity, right? Something to offer to get away from the Fredger and the Atlas. And it definitely is going to get locked in by Yukihara on this mid lane as we transition over to the last pick of this draft over on the side of Novacore, currently in Nova Sin's hand. And look at this. What do we see here, Weezy?
Oh, my favorite word of the day! Real world manipulation. We are seeing Nova Sin pick up that Eve. This is going to be interesting, right? You are looking at Yukihara over there with the Kagura, and we do know she has that easier time being able to escape things like the Atlas with that Fatal Links, possibly being able to dash into or away from Eve with that mobility. But if any mage can pull this off, it is definitely who is Peter. And we've seen this combination in the past with Novacore. We've seen Atlas and Eve slotted for them, and it looks like something that they've kind of practiced time and time again. So even when you fight those upscale battles, possible counters, when you have the time, the synergy, the practice, you know, it makes it a little bit easier to pull off. But like I said, we have a banger on our hands. I don't even know. Looking at this draft from both sides, looking really well. Even Carry over there on Zia. That's going to be that late game marksman. Definitely looking at he has the what's that, Revitalize on him? Yeah. So this is gonna be interesting indeed.
Purified.
Oh, purify. Okay, I was about to say, hold on.
That would have been crazy.
Speaking of wild cards,
no trolling tonight.
No trolling indeed, as we are into the Land of the Dawn. We are watching Novacore, the current kings of the hill, facing off against Ackerman with world champions in their lineup as they will try and steal the title from Novacore.
Absolutely. And I mean, I have to say, just calling it out for the drafts, I love Novacore's draft. And I think as of right now on paper, I feel like they have the upper edge on Ackerman, which sounds strange to say, right? The sound here, a top 8 team might be a little on the back end as far as draft. That's not really normal, but I do feel confident in the fact that Novacore is kind of in the lead in that regards there, and pretty easy on what they have to do, right? They have a lot of options to stack the CC. Layering is the name of the game for Novacore. They need to be able to stack and find a way to land all their utility one after the other in successive there and be able to lock down the side of Ackerman. If they can find those opportunities, right, to get that Fatal Links to real world, which we've seen them do easily, and then maybe get that Brave Spider and that Fredgen in the mix, definitely can open up the team fights for them. Speaking of team fights here, though, look like a little bit of action up here on the top side.
You do see Nova Ash trying to go in onto Riz, but 3 members of Ackerman there to respond, forcing that flicker out and a little bit of stun by Carmilla, using a flicker over on Kagura, able to secure that kill, and down goes Nova Ash, first blood in the hands of Ackerman.
Absolutely. And I mean, what a play there from Yukihara. Some nice micro showing. We've seen him hit the flicker and starting to move the placement of the umbrella, right, to be able to connect to Nova Ash to get in and secure that kill. Nova Ash has been playing well on the roam, but might have bit off more than he could chew as far as giving off vision there. Not really knowing where those members were at. Clearly trying to find them, but find out the hard way. Sometimes that bush check can cost you your life. Now, as we set up, though, moving into the turtle, the teams are starting to rotate this way, are starting to set up. We do see both tanks are online with that level 4, that minute 30 rotation, right? So these team fights are about to be insane as both sides are setting up. The roams are trying to get in position here, jockeying up right now.
Looks like they are going to try and take this Lord on the side of Ackerman, though, with a little bit more of the advantage in terms of zonage, but with manipulation, wasting no time going down by Peter. A knockup with the wild charge. Izumi rushing in, taking out Nova Ash, getting a double kill, taking out Nova Sin, and then Riz responding, taking out the mage, and Kush securing that turtle. 4 members on the side of Novacore fell in that trade, and the objective, the neutral objective, turtle, also went into the hands of Ackerman. They won everything off of that clash.
That was insane. And speaking of the CC lane, we actually seen that come out from Ackerman, keeping Ash away from that fatal links there, right? Being able to keep him stuck in animation to not be able to find something. Speaking of finding something, though, Kagura was able to pick up Clock of Destiny in the midst of that trade and maybe be able to find something here now.
You do see a little bit of the over-aggressiveness by Yukihara. You do see it was Peter using verbal manipulation. You do see the fatal links by Nash to pull him right back in. Peter getting that kill onto the mage. Down goes Yukihara on the Kagura. But a clash going in the mid lane. You do see the wild charge knocking up. Who was Peter? Answering back. An eye for an eye. A mage for a mage. 6-1 right now in favor of Ackerman as they are starting this snowball. But if any team can come back, we know it is Novacore. A similar situation to their match against Nefarious. It was 0-5. And in the blink of an eye, even out those tides.
Absolutely. What exactly needs to happen from the side of Novacore right now is try to even up them sides. Like I said earlier, side of Ackerman, right? They did say they were looking to snowball and roll these teams and end this game in 10 minutes. Currently on pace to make it happen, right? If they can keep this momentum up and keep this pressure, they will be able to do that. Speaking of pressure, we do see a game potentially.
Ooh, the wild charge not able to hit the dots. You do see Demir's passion activated, but quickly bursted down by Kush. Down goes Beatrix. Fatal links into the tower, combo with the rumor manipulation over there by who is Peter, trying to get the kill onto Kush, but a quick backdoor play over there by gold laner Zia, trying to focus who is Peter, forcing him to walk off of that ultimate, and down goes Nova Ash. Fight not over though. You do see them rushing in onto Kush, taking advantage of that aggression, but Kush able to escape. But Black Dragon going in by Azumi, trying to drop down onto who is Peter, able to secure that kill onto the mage. Petrify activated, a knock up the Shaw essence in full effect. You do see nobody time with the bravest fighter stance going in, rushing into the backline, taking out Zia. Riz on the retreat, Yukihara on the retreat, but Jolie don't care, literally doesn't care. He gets rushed into by a wild charge and bursted down by Azumi with that 2v1 situation. A beautiful combination of synergies from the side of Ackerman, 10-2.
Absolutely, we are seeing some synergy coming from the side of Ackerman. Not just synergy, but energy, very proactive on the map. Yuzhong come from the other side of the map to come punish, right, Peter, without having that real world underneath that tower low and not in control, and Ash not around to be able to body and peel for him. Right now, the side of Ackerman finding these openings, finding the chink in Novacore's armor right now and punishing them every which way they can. 10-2 up 4K, and it looks like they're ready to punish them more.
Riz with another backdoor play. The proxy with the wild charge able to provide that advantage to Zia, and down goes Nobody-chan on the bottom side. They are going to be able to push in that tower with no problem. A similar situation we saw on the top side, but a little bit more fluid for the side of Ackerman. And now 11-2 in a tower in their disposal.
Absolutely, and a lot of these plays, right, coming from the side of the Grok. Oh, speaking of more plays down here in the mid lane.
Frozen Yukihara by Atlas right there. Eve going in, trying to finish it off. Who was Peter able to use the rumor manipulation, bursting down the Kagura, barely hanging on to any HP. The wall by Riz, connecting, taking out Nova Ass, and also they are able to get that kill on who was Peter. A high caliber play right there. Nova Scene able to get that kill on to Kush in that process. 13-4. But man, that has to be one of the most impressive moves I've seen by Grok over there in the hands of Riz.
Absolutely. I'm not sure who's just going to win yet, but I do know the side of Ackerman secures this win. W Riz currently showing the power of the Riz, flirting with a near ability to maybe pick up this MVP. Speaking of pickups here, we do see items being picked up from both sides. The Blade of Despair has been locked in from Jolie on the Beatrix, even though down 0-2 from the side of Ackerman. The Hunter Strike, the Dominance Ice, right, to counter some of that durability and sustain, and the Lapu Lapu, Nobody's Chance hand on the Yuzhong. Grok, though, with the Dominance Ice looking to dominate here.
Another play again with that backdoor wild charge onto Jolie Don't Care, but able to survive. In a bad situation, though, Zuzumi rushes in with the Black Dragon to finish him off, and down he goes. Kush getting the kill on to Nova Ash in the process. 2 members down for the side of Nova Core. Oh my goodness, and the tower falling as well. But while this is happening, a trade-off as Nova Core does push in that mid lane. A little bit of a chase, though, as they are trying to close the distance on to Nova Sin, but unable to make it happen.
Absolutely. And for the side of Novacore, finding a hard time making something happen. And they did offer themselves a little bit of breathing room, right? Taking down that mid tower first before the side of Ackerman. But with Ackerman posturing up for this turtle, it looks like they're in a great space to be able to secure this. Riz right now flirting with the bush check, looking to make something happen.
Ooh, wild charge onto the wall. Turtle going into the hands of Ackerman. Fight going on. Appraiser's Wrath over there by Fredrin. Gold lane. Zia able to take a tower. Nobody trying taking out Riz. Novason taking out Azumi on the Yuzong. Fight not over though. Novason in a bad situation and quickly bursted down by Yukihara over there on the Kagura. Ladies and gentlemen, a 2-for-2 trade. But in the process, Jolie don't care. Wasting no time. He's going to go ahead and take the inner turret on the top side.
They do take the turret up on the top side, and right now, right, the side of Novacore, they're not exactly right on par as far as gold, right, down 5K, but as far as towers, even on the board, might change soon, though, speaking of things changing.
Oh, you do see a rush in by Nova Ash, possible Fatal Links, but maybe able to secure the kill, able to use the Fatal Links right before, but a little bit of a possible waste as they had the advantage, as there was nowhere for Zia to go right there, but I guess at least they took out the marksman, now 17-7.
Absolutely, and they're slowly finding their footing in here. Speaking of finding things, though, we do see the side of Novacore has found the Enchanted Talisman and the Ice Queen Wand for Peter. So expect the utility and the ability to take these team fights to rise, right, on the side of Novacore now that their mages unlocked kind of those core items, right, those core utility items now going to be a threat for the side of Ackerman once they look to go in for these engages. Once the mobility has been wasted, once the Black Dragon is dropped, once the Geek Gang has been dropped in the immunity, right? The carry dashing in, the wild charge out. Once the real world drops, that's when reality sets in. Aptly named. Speaking of reality setting in here.
Ooh, real manipulation combo with the Fatal Links on Atlas. Kush getting a kill on to Nova Ash in that process, though. Nova Sin getting a kill on to Zia. Fight in the mid lane possibly underway as Who is Peter and Jolie don't care, making their way down to Ackerman in that bush. Looks like it might be a little bit of a 4v4 situation. Hunter Strike being picked up by Lapu Lapu for some additional pin and mobility, but both teams deciding to disengage and Lord spawning in favor of Ackerman possibly getting prepared for the zones. But you do see Nobody-chan with the bush play for Vision on the side of Novacore.
Absolutely. And if I'm Nobody-chan, I probably would have stayed there and not really showed myself, right? Being able to hide your position in these high-level matches, right, is super important. Once you show yourself and reveal yourself on the map, right, you no longer have that element of surprise. You no longer have the shock, the outplay potential there. I mean, you can still outplay, right? But as far as catching people off guard and maybe getting that pick off nice and early, otherwise, where you could have done where you're hidden, it makes it a little bit harder now that everyone can see your position. Speaking of positioning, Riz with a good wall there to reveal Ash on this Atlas. Ash still not backing off, though. Is going to be looking for a play conceal, in fact.
Ooh, looks like they are going to try and take this Lord of Sits down to a quarter of health, but the fight going in, the Black Dragon connecting. Izumi getting a kill on to Jolie, don't care. Down goes Beatrix. Shy Essence activated. Zia able to get a kill on to Ash. Kush taking the Lord in the fight. Petrify activated on to Noah Shin, and down he goes by Izumi on the Yuzong. Riz with the zonage over there, the frontline pressure that Grok provides, but quickly slowed down by Who is Peter. Will they be able to secure the kill? 2v1 situation. Braves Fighter Stance activated over there by Nobody-chan. Going to go ahead and try and burst down Grok. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can! But Yuzong with a little bit of a response, trying to rush in and take out Who's Peter with the over-aggression and able to secure that kill, leaving Nobody-chan by himself to kind of peel off. But no, decides to dash back in. But a bad decision indeed as Izumi is able to take him down, securing that double kill, leaving only Jolie don't care and Nova Ash to defend against a Lord, pushing in to an inhibitor turret on the bottom side. Fatal Links activated by Nova Ash, trying to get that set. Gold laner making the most of it, able to take down Atlas. A little bit of a mistake with that set. Izumi rushing in with the Black Dragon, taking out, looks like it's able to take out Fredrin and get a knock-up, a double kill down on Jolie, leaving only Who is Peter by himself. Ackerman just on fire, trying to close out this game. Like Deku said, they are going for these early finishes. Real world manipulation, not enough to hold them down. They quickly penalized by Zia, and they are going to take this inhibitor, but Nobody-chan rushing in with the Braver Fighter Stance, trying to be that front line, trying to delay this fast finish from the side of Ackerman. Can they do it? Is the shield strong enough by Novacore, the team known with the best placement in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, enough to go against, Ackerman, one of the best teams in North America with world champions on their side, some of the best players in the world. You do see a fight going in on the top side as Lapu Lapu is putting in that work on clearing these minions.
Absolutely putting in that work, but that's just what you got to do, right? When you're getting pressured like that from the side of the Academy, you got to find a way to stop these waves from pushing you in. And now they got those side waves kind of pushing over the mid lane to kind of deal with. Oh, speaking of deal with,
oh my goodness, a double set onto Zia and the Riz, but that will be Nova Asp without their ultimate and quickly taken down by Zia with that heavily aggressive play and a lack of synergy from the side of Nova Core and response to make the most of that set, which will put them at a huge disadvantage. And Ackerman, they know they have the pressure. They know the roam is down. Will they go for the finish or will they peel off? It looks like they are waiting for these minions. Riz with the frontline presence letting them know we have no intention of running away and we are going for that early finish that we told Deku we could get. And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what we are seeing as UKR rushes into Peter, forcing him out of that reward manipulation. Zia able to get a kill onto Nobody. Chon shot activated over there by Kush. Golan getting the kill onto Nova. Seems Juicy Fatal Link connected to members of Ackerman, but the fight continues. Oh my goodness, Yuzong getting a kill on the Beatrix. A triple kill by Zia, taking out Nova Ash. Was Peter taken down by Yuzong, and that is a full wipeout for the side of Nova Core. And ladies and gentlemen, Ackerman takes the title for King of the Hill.
My. I mean, that ending fight right there was insane. The lane from Akron right there. Did you just catch that wild charge, Weezy? What was that? Like a 4-man up against the Nexus to go and secure that wipeout? That was insane.
Have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z and you know, like, they start fighting and then, like, they just start disappearing because they're so fast? That is what we're seeing with these two teams. It's like Rasen Jiren versus Ultra Instinct Goku. Golly.
That was crazy. Speaking of what we're seeing here, these storylines is ridiculous. Yuzong, right, struggling against Peter on that eve yesterday in the matchup, but tonight, the MVP, 14-1-10, a ridiculous stat line for an XP laner such as Yuzong and Joey. The first, one of the few instances Beatrix has lost and lost by a landslide, going 0-6-3 on one of the most highly contested picks in this MLSA. And now we do see what the problem was here. Carry, not really so much in the damage, but the turret damage, 22,000 K turret damage going to the hands of the gold lane enjoyer, enjoying the turrets there, playing for those objectives.
Objectives, and these matches have just been getting better and better, man. Oh my goodness, I was definitely at the edge of my seat as that was a show indeed, and that was a match I've been wanting to see for a while. Nova Core versus Ackerman, and I'm glad, you know, history was made today on so many different fronts. But like we said, ladies and gentlemen, this is King of the Hill, and it is a best of one. If you guys are interested in signing up to participate and perfect your craft prior to future Mobile Legends leagues such as NA and PL, sign up now by registering on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. All these matches are casted. King of the Hills run Monday through Wednesday. With the best of one, winning team stays on, losing squad steps off. Every Tuesday and Thursday, we offer scheduled scrims. So you guys will be able to, you know, schedule that series of best of 3 to compete against some of these well-known names, some of the best teams in North America. As all of them are preparing for that final goal of NA, MPL, and possibly going to M4, M5, and things of that nature. So appreciate you guys tuning in. I believe we do have another team getting ready to take on one of the best teams in the Scrim Academy as Dark Immortals may be stepping on. We will be right back with you guys, though, momentarily.
Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. even when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Eh. Eh. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We saw one of the best matches between some of the top teams in the MLSA, but Ackerman able to follow through and snatch the crowns off of Novacore, who took it away from Nefarious, who went on the lead to break the record for most wins in the MLSA, 4 in a row. Now, we are seeing Ackerman holding that title, and we do have some more teams to try and take it away. Next on the list, we have Dark Immortals, and they are going to try and claim that crown. But the question is, will they be able to pull it off, as they are going against one of the best teams, if not the best team in MLSA, and definitely going to be a hard task indeed. But enough about me, enough about these two teams. Let's talk about the draft.
Absolutely. And as we head over to the draft, we already see Joy off of there. Like we said before, Joy not really getting to have any fun, right? A little bit of sadness for Joy up there in that ban list. No one wants to see her play. Speaking of not want to see play, Ackerman is going to go ahead and take the Martis out of play. Don't want to let that loose for a team right now, something they don't want to deal with.
Definitely hard to deal with indeed. And Ackerman, a wise decision to kind of ban it out. They realize they have second pick, and they're going to go ahead and lock out one of those power heroes. Joy being locked out on the side of, Dark Immortals right now. Not too uncommon. We see a lot of teams kind of ban it out. Now, I don't think Joy has walked at all in the MLSA. Possibly. If so, maybe only one match, if I recall. Maybe in week 1, but definitely hard to kind of slot it in. But speaking of slots, there's still a lot of available choices. You got Gushin on the playing field, somebody we haven't really seen too often, but we know Ackerman can kind of pull it off. Now, Dark Immortals, I haven't really seen a godly Gushin on their side, but maybe they're, have that pocket pick just waiting to use at their disposal. We know Kaja is still available as Carmilla is being taken off that board. It may be a possible answer to kind of slot in for the side of Dark Immortals, but the question is that a pick that Ackerman will allow?
Indeed, that is a question. Will they allow it? We do know Ackerman, right? Comfortable enough to kind of let some of these picks go. They are an adept team, right? They definitely would definitely have answers, right? If it does get let through, you could definitely expect them to have something to go with. They aren't going to let Kaja through. Now, and swing over to the first pick for the side of Dark Immortals. Over here, hovering by Shadow Key, we do see the Valentina, a pick they love to take, but a pick that they let through was the Fanny for Kush, and this might have been a genuine misplay from the side of Dark Immortals. They may not know quite exactly who they're going against, but they're going to learn quickly as the side of Ackerman is picked in two comforts, the Fanny and the Cho. It's looking grim already for the side of Dark Dark Immortals. They have the Valentina, but it ain't gonna save them from the pain that they're about to sustain.
Speaking of pain, speaking of sustain, the main with the plane is Zumi over there on Cho for the way the Dragon, and definitely one of those top picks for the MLSA, and slotted on Ackerman nonetheless. Man, this is scary. You know, you have Fanny on Kush, definitely one of the top Fanny players, able to use her to her full capability. And then Ackerman able to lock in at that Cho as well. This is going to be hard to deal with. The way the Dragon to be able to get that displacement, Fanny to be able to provide that early game, rushing in with the cables and the cutthroat. And you got to look at who they're going against. Valentina being slotted in, not really the best ultimates at her disposal. Yeah, you got the way the Dragon, but not really sure if that's going to be a game changer, but maybe if utilized well. Now, the question is on the side of Ackerman. What else are you going to slot? You know you have that IMU you're going up against, and you have to be very careful on what utility you provide her. Speaking of utility, though, China locking in that Akai to solidify the first phase of the draft for them, possibly expecting an Atlas pick on the side of Ackerman and trying to deny it before it even happens.
Well, if we know anything, we might not even see an Atlas pick, right? They might have already locked in the Rome. You've already given them the Cho. Definitely a regular slot in the Rome for Ackerman. So even with the Akai there, right? Akai does have kind of an answer for the Cho with the heavy spin, but there's a Fanny, and with that Fanny comes the Heart Guard. W Riz has locked in the Angela. What was already a super threat has now became an Avengers level threat. Kush now has the Heart Guard on his back with those steel cables.
My goodness, Ackerman trying to stack up those Infinity Stones right now for the early finish. But like you said, on the side of Dark Immortals, they still have some things that can work in their favor. You have Paquito to be able to get in, get out, kind of do, you know, a jack of all trades in terms of damage, sustainability, split pushing, cuts, and initial physical burst damage. Looking at Akai, you know, having that heavy spin to kind of work at his disposal. Not really sure if it's the best answer, though, as you don't really have, you know, the right positioning. You have the Cho to kind of keep you at bay with the way the Dragon. And also, you have a Fanny who you're not really going to have the easiest time at pinning on the wall. There's a lot of mobility working in the favor of Ackerman as well, which will make it even harder to get those sets. But looking at the draft, you are seeing Claude being banned out. You see Melissa being banned out. Some of these mid to late game damage dealers, if you're looking at the side of Dark Immortals, they have early game potential. They have early game damage, but they do lack in the late game. And that looks like the plan of Ackerman is to try and stop their potential damage dealers. Beatrix being banned off the board. One of the best marksmen so far for the MLSA, and a smart decision on the side of Ackerman. But we do know they will be first on the second phase of the draft. And the question is, who will they slot in?
Who will they slot indeed? There's a lot of marksman bands out right now. There's a Wan, a Claude, the Melissa, the Beatrix. So many marksmen have been taken off the board. Speaking of taken off the board, Lilia has been removed, and a marksman being hovered right now is Bruno, which you see hover over Granger. I would not expect that to be locked into the gold lane. Definitely not looking to lock that in right now. But speaking of marksman, I'm not sure. I think the Bruno, right? The Bruno is there. That's an option. Leslie is also has fell through the cracks, was not banned, which is surprising for marksman bans, and Leslie not being one of them. I would expect her to take at least one of those spots. Beatrix makes sense, right? Beatrix, like we said, been top of the pick chart for MLSA, and Granger does get picked up by the side of Ackerman. I think that's going to be a first in the MLSA. A Granger, a gold lane is what it's starting to look like it's going to pan out to be.
Now, Ackerman definitely being very overly confident, especially relying on Kush to provide that early game damage. It looks like Yukihara just being a little bit more comfortable in the goal lane, just playing a little bit more of that fun route. But if I was the side of Dark Immortals, I would definitely take advantage of that. Go for a marksman that gives Granger that hard time. He's not really, you know, the best in the goal lane. Typically used as a jungler and not even really the strongest there. Even though he had some recent patches, you're not seeing him picked up too often. But speaking of pickups, Lord has taken that Atlas, a little bit of bait and a distraction, as they are going to put that Ikai in a possible XP or jungler position. Now, this is interesting indeed. You have the Atlas at your disposal, which will kind of change the dynamic of what Dark Immortals can do. But again, you're working against a lot of mobility. Atlas not really being the best answer on a Fanny, not being the best answer on a Cho. And then Angela on top of that can kind of stay, you know, away and only use that heart guard to rush in for the heals. So maybe the focus in going in on, you know, Yukihara on the Granger or possibly the Kimmy as they go that double marksman route. But man, oh man, an interesting draft indeed. How do you kind of feel about both sides today, Deku?
I don't know, looking out over there at Ackerman, it makes my head spin. It makes my chest palpitate a little faster than it normally is, because what do they have going on right now? There's no real front line from them. It's a lot of damage, a lot of burst. There's some scaling right in the hands of Golandro with that Kimmy. But the early game, right, they did say they're looking to end in 10 minutes. They ended in round 12 in the last game. But with these picks, Kimmy is even strong in the early. Does have the scaling, but is very strong in the early, especially after the Ice Cream Wall is brought in, along with that genius, Granger, Thane. And we know the burst they have. Actually, matter of fact, even on Cho right now, a high and dry spell may not be going for a tank Cho, looking for a damage Cho. It looks like the members of Ackerman are all in for the boat of burst. And is this a Granger mid lane we're looking at here, Weezy?
Oh man, I don't know, but Deku definitely PvP on this. Yeah, a good draft indeed from the side of, I want to say, Dark Immortals. An interesting draft from the side of Ackerman, but I want to see how they played off. Like you said, they are lacking in the frontline department, kind of relying a little bit more on that Cho and possibly the early game aggression to kind of close this out. They do have a lot of range at their disposal, though, I will say that. But frontline definitely leaning in the favor for Dark Immortals, but it's going to be dependent on China being able to get those fatal links, and it's going to be hard. Like I said, a lot of mobility you're going against with Kush on the Fanny, with Azumi on that Cho. May be a little bit of an upscale battle.
Absolutely, and right there, we're seeing Kush already putting some early pressure, coming through the jungle and securing that red creep. Speaking of secure here, though, we do see a little bit of contest on that creep. They're putting a lot of pressure on Lord Hash in this jungle, which is unusual for the Akai, right?
Definitely unusual indeed, but still 0-0. 1 minute in, both teams trying to get up to that level 4, getting that little additional power spike to use those ultimates at their disposal for that neutral objective. You know, it's all about who can secure this turtle or get a potential trade-off from it.
Absolutely, and we're seeing right now the side of Ackerman closing in on this gold lane, looking for Shadow here.
Ooh, Shadow getting bursted down. Oh no, actually Fanny getting a kill and Riz taking out Shadow. 2 members down for the side of Dark Immortals. Impressive nonetheless for the side of Ackerman, and this is what we kind of expected, a top caliber team. But we know Fanny kind of falls off late game, right? So maybe trying to go for that early finish. You know, Deku did state out that Ackerman made a bold statement saying they are going for all 12-minute and below finishes. And the question is, can they get it today?
Absolutely. With the lineup they currently have, right, it doesn't take much. And oh my goodness, looks like it's not taking much down in the bot lane as they secure a kill. Looking to contest this turtle, though.
Ooh, a little bit of a contest indeed. Lord Hash able to get that heavy spin on the wall and take the retribution on that turtle, which will be turtle in objective for the side of Dark Immortals. But in response, you do see a kill over on Introvert. Kush able to pick it up now, 2-0. The way the Dragon connecting, getting a double kill, making the most out of that CC, and now 3-0 for Fanny right now. A beautiful game by Kush.
Absolutely, up 5-0 right now and almost up 3K gold so quick as we just passed the 3-minute mark. Speaking of things going wrong in the 3-minute mark, Shadow Key is already 0-2 on the Bruno. This is going to be a very uncomfortable spot. Speaking of uncomfortable spots,
uncomfortable indeed. China getting that fatal link and taking down Zia 0-1-2. You do see Blade Heptases being picked up by Fanny right now, trying to get a little bit more aggressive as we progress through this early game.
Absolutely, and as things are progressing to the early game, like we said, things going in favor of Ackerman. Riz looking at a 1v1 Shadow Key with the Angela, but gonna get caught out.
Heavy spin on the wall onto Riz, the full 4-man team, or 3-man team, 4-man team of Dark Immortals to take down Riz. They were all stacked up against each other, man. One massive unit of synergy right there. You do see Zia, though, on that Kimmy. A little bit of that Star Wars skin in full effect. Also with the Starfall Knight, one of my favorite skins in the game. But over on the top side, a little Heart Guard activated. The Terrify, the Way of Dragon used against Cho. The disrespect is real. And then also a potential stun. Cho rushing in, no! Izumi wasting no time, able to burst down Introvert and Kush to follow through and take out Godwin. What a turnaround. A 1v2 situation turning in the favor for Izumi with the help of Riz. Man, this is insane right now. Definitely the side of Ackerman, you are seeing their playstyle, their synergy kind of shine, even with some out-of-pocket and wild card picks.
Absolutely wild card picks. Speaking of picks, let's take a look at these items ahead of this turtle. I do see some items being picked up. We see the Bloodlust Axe. Oh my goodness, speaking of Bloodlust.
I think Kush doesn't want to get an item breakdown. He doesn't want you to spread the secret formula right now on his fanny, as they are going to go in for this turtle and able to secure it with that retribution, but pinned on the wall, but not able to make anything of it. Kush able to get out and secure the kill onto Introvert. That is turtle in favor for Ackerman right now, and they were able to secure the kill. You do see Kush rushing back in with the cables to Cutthroat, trying to get an additional kill. Zumi connecting on the Lord Hash, taking him down. Godlike over there by Kush, taking out Shadow is key, but fight not over. Do you see Paquito rushing in on Godwin with the 2-2-1-3 combo? Zumi with the G Kondo taking out China on Atlas. Not done. Flickers in Heart Guard for some additional HP, but unable to proc it in time with the delay of the skill animation, and down goes Izumi.
Absolutely, down goes Izumi, down goes the tower, and down goes London right now. Ackerman taking off, but back to these items taking off right now. We do see the side of Ackerman with these items right now. Ice Queen Wand, an interesting pickup for Angela, already can provide a lot of utility, right? Once she's in the face and once starts landing those waves of love, right? The members of Dark Immortals gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Look at it right now, applying pressure. Speaking of more pressure, we do see Kimmy has already picked up Genius Wand for that early pin leading to a off-screen kill though from Kush, and right now pressuring for this tower, looking for more though.
Oh, a heavy spin over there by Lord Hash, trying to fight off Ackerman as they take that mid tower. Fatal Links connecting on two members of Ackerman down to Izumi, and Lord Hash able to get a kill onto Riz. Izumi going into the bush. Godwin rushing in on to Zia, able to knock him down. The way the Dragon connected on to Godwin in the process. Granger getting a kill, taking out Lord Hash. Godwin being taken out by Kush. Man, oh man, bodies are flying. A 2-for-2 trade.
Speaking of flying, that little Atlas bug got Mr. Production with the camera going everywhere, every which way right now. Speaking of every which way, there's still cables right now from Kush. Oh man, showing the mastery there, a little bit of flex right there. But right now he is 9-0, so rightfully so, feeling himself 15-5. The side of Dark Immortals is currently down 6K gold. Not the position you want to be in ahead of the second turtle. It's only 7 minutes into the game, and you can feel the pressure from Ackerman, right? All tier 3 towers down for Dark Immortals, currently leading in towers, right? Dark Immortals has not found a tower right now. A 3-0 lead in those terms of those objectives. The side of Dark Immortals is going to have to find a way to staunch this bleed, and right now what they're setting up for, I don't think is the way to do it. They're definitely in no position to contest this turtle. They're way too far behind, but it doesn't look like that's going to stop them. China was getting a little aggressive there. Maybe like he wanted to go for Gold Lane and Joy. It probably wouldn't have worked out though. That was definitely not in their best interest. They do back off. They're going to let this turtle go for free. Kush will potentially pick this up, but wait, no, maybe not.
Ooh, you do see Fatal Links connecting on Kush, but a little bit of a waste as Heart Guard activates just in time. You do see a possible pin on the wall by Lord Hash, chasing down on Kush, able to get a little bit of CC on him, but unable to fall through with that kill. Kush rushing back in, taking out the backline, taking out the marksman. Yukihara getting the kill as well, taking out Akai. Both members have fallen for the side of Dark Immortals, and the heavy aggressive nature from Ackerman is just hard to handle as they continuing to burst this fight down in the bottom lane. Gold lane, Zia able to get a kill on to Atlas and going for that tower. Kush with the recall rushing back in is going for these fights. He is going to try and get another kill as he's a 10-0-3 KDA, but Godwin quickly punishing him and ruining that beautiful record. You do see the way the Dragon connecting into the tower. Izumi able to get a kill on the Shadow's Key, rushing into that backline, escaping with the dash just in time before the tower bursts him down.
Absolutely. A little bit of TikTok show there coming from Izumi with that Flicker G-Kun dude. Secure that. Stop talking about secures.
Talking about TikTok. Oh my goodness. You are able to see that Fatal Links connecting and able to provide 2 kills for the side of Dark Immortals. What an amazing turnaround right now. Lord is spawned in. They do have the advantage. They have the zonage, but Kush is still in the building with the mobility of Fanny. Maybe possibly trying to rush in time to get that retribution. It is going to go in for the backline, possibly take out Introvert, using the wall spam and able to get a double kill onto Godwin and also on to Lord Hash, fighting out over those. Shadow Key taking out Kush before he can hit the retribution. An Introvert able to secure the Lord in favor for Dark Immortals as he is rushing away on that Heart Guard combination for Yukihara on Granger.
Wow, what a ballsy play from the side of Dark Immortals. The confidence to be able to believe they could get that Lord, and they did. It's not enhanced, and it's not going to be too much. They're not going to be able to push up with this Lord, but the fact that they're able to deny that pressure from Ackerman to be able to end this game a little earlier, a little off schedule more than they'd like to admit, I mean, that just speaks to the strength of Dark Immortals, knowing, right, having that conscience to be able to make that decision. I mean, a lot of teams would just gave that up, right? Facing off against Ackerman, you don't really want to contest when you're down that much against a team like this. But Dark Immortals finding a way. Speaking of finding things here.
Finding that heavy spin, and Shadow Key finding the kill. Takes down Angela over there on Riz, which will mean they are down their support. But they still have the frontline presence over there by Izumi. But looking at Kush, 12, 2, and 3. The man is on fire right now with his Fanny. Definitely a good play indeed from both sides. You do see red buff being taken by Lord Hash, playing a little safe, but no safe place to hide as a double kill picked up over there by Kush, rushing in and increase that KDA, taking out Introvert and Shadow Key. Both the back lines unprotected for Dark Immortals. Godwin trying to get another kill, or trying to get a kill for their side, but bursted down by Zia. That's 3 members down for Dark Immortals, and it looks like Kush is not done. They are just going in for blood, trying to hunt down all the members of Dark Immortals.
Trying to go forward and succeeding more often than not. Speaking of succeeding, let's look at these items and see what's kind of leading to these plays. We do see the triple pin setup from the side of Kush on this Fanny, leading to that 14, 2, and 3, right? The Hunter Strike, the Hepta Seize, and that Malefic Roar offering a lot of pin. Speaking of pin, we do see Cho as well. Oh my goodness, though.
Fate only connecting. Shadow Key getting a kill onto Zia. Down goes the marksman for Ackerman. Godwin taking out Riz. The support is gone from Ackerman as well. 2 members down, but Kush trying to even out the odds. Able to connect with the Cutthroat on to Valentina. Introvert has fallen, but in the process, you do see an inhibitor turret on the top side being pushed down the way the Dragon connecting. You do see China rushing in, trying to provide some slow, possible fatal links onto Zumi, but rushing out with the pill of the Destinata over there by Yukihara on Granger.
Absolutely, and right now we might be seeing a little bit of a reverse here. Oh, speaking of reverse here, Kush trying to bring the pain, maybe trying to bait out some utility here. Kush is showing those steel cables, looking like Nika's out there. Maybe learn from Survey Corps, the team they lost to last out here, putting those grapples on the wall and making mobility happen. But as far as things happening, we can see a little bit of a shift, right? As Ackerman was in a nice bit of a lead, still in a little bit of a lead, but we are transitioning, right? It's the 12-minute mark. The enhanced Lord has just spawned in, and right now, once they secure, if they can secure this Lord, oh my!
The rotation by Kush is insane right now. He's just finding a way to the backlines, no matter who is in front of them, and securing those kills. Speaking of securing, Yukihara taking down that Lord.
And that's just the thing about Fanny, right? Looking like Kush taking another spin. Hard guard in, definitely going to go for a play here, but does potentially get denied.
Ooh, a little bit of over-aggression. Maybe Tukase is that tower trying to burst him down, forcing the immortality. But in the process, an inhibitor in the mid lane being pushed in by Ackerman, leaving only 1 left for the side of Dark Immortals. You do see China with the frontline presence, possibly trying to get a set on to Riz. But man, a dangerous position indeed. Only 12 minutes in, that 13-minute mark now, and Ackerman just having this match in their hands as Luminous Lord is making his way down the top lane.
Absolutely making their way into the top lane, making their way into the base.
And making their way into a Fatal Links, connected in by China to get a kill onto Zia. The marksman will be out of this fight, but they do have another one at their disposal with Granger. Shadow Key getting a kill on to Kush with the over-aggression. Fight not over though. Riz taking some serious damage. Akai trying to rush in to secure that kill, and down goes Lord. And it looks like Ackerman is going to possibly have to push off as Yukihara uses a possible Death Sonata to escape.
Absolutely, and Kush might need to find a bush here and secure a pick off before they can go for this kind of siege. You can see, like I said, the transition right now. We are entering into that late game. The Fanny might be running out of steam here, but speaking of things, oh my goodness, right now China running after Yukihara here.
This is why I love Granger. That mobility, that dash is just so satisfying on that Starfall Knight skin.
it is satisfying. Speaking of satisfying, looking at these builds right now, all of them looking at least halfway complete here. Some core items right now. We do see Bruno does have the DHS, an interesting choice, right? Does have the Berserker's Fear, but has no real attack speed outside of DHS. No Scarlet Phantom. Also note there's no Windtalker, right? For him, the damage might be lacking. Speaking of damage, they are looking for a fight.
We do see the rush in. The heavy spin activated to pin Zia on the wall, but unable to take out the marksman. Introvert getting a kill onto Riz. Down goes Angela, the support for Ackerman. Fanny rushing in. Godly Kush on the cables. Down goes Lord Hash in the process. A 1-for-1 trade. You do see Introvert falling. A double kill, and man on fire right now for the side of Ackerman. You do see a possible finish as they are trying to close this game out, realizing only China, Godwin, and Shadowkey are left to defend, and they do have a little bit of advantage in terms of numbers, but can they close it out? Looks like Atlas may have that fatal link at the disposal, and minions are not inside of the base.
Not inside the base yet, but here they come now on the race to reach the Nexus. And right now, it looks like Ackerman is poised to win. You see Kush with his positioning.
Kush trying to go in for that cutthroat, but quickly finalized by Shadowkey. And the Fatal Link's connecting onto Zia. 2 members down, 2 power picks for the side of Ackerman. Izumi rushing in, taking out Godwin with the G-Kundo and trying to quickly burst down that tower, and is hanging on by a quarter HP. And now Yukihara in a dangerous position as China rushes in for the slow and is frozen. Introvert able to secure that kill, leaving only Riz by herself to defend against 3 members of the side of Dark Immortals. It looks like they are wasting no time, realizing the separation and the advantage. They are going to try and take this Luminous Lord.
Are going to try to take this Luminous Lord, but down there in the bot lane, a fat minion wave looking to take that inhibitor. The members of Dark Immortals can't be in 2 places at once. They're going to back off on this Lord. Oh no, so much work put into defending that. They took down 4 members. What a crazy defense, Weezy. We've seen like the late game starting to peak out against that early game composition, but right then, right there, might have been their best opportunity to shut out Ackerman, not having anything to be able to burst down that Lord and secure it. With that retribution, it's now swinging back over to the hands of Ackerman, and with your entire base open and waves not on your side. So you're gonna take some.
Oh, the fatal linked on the Kush, and the still arm of the Lord for the side of Dark Immortals. A pin on the wall onto Zia, forcing him in that awkward situation, forced on the retreat. But while it's happening, Hardcore activated over there by Izumi, trying to burst down the tower, quickly taken down by Shadowkey, and down goes Angela. Can they finish the game? Minions are working their way into this tower, and looks like they are able to successfully defend it as Introvert pulls out that Destinata, stealing it from Yukihara and using it against him. You do see Gold Lane, you see Zia trying to give some peel, but while this is happening, Luminous Lord making his way up the top lane.
This is insane right now. The members of Ackerman are down. It's 5-2 on the board right now. In the hands, Lord pushing the top side. And this is the very strong Lord. 4 members down in the mid. They are crashing these towers quickly. Kimmy, Zia cannot defend this himself all alone right now. But Kush is back on the board right now. Not going to be able to commit to a play. It's too risky. It's too dangerous. So Lord in the top side, if anyone gets picked off right now, they're going to be at a very, very uneven odds to be able to secure this. And what looked like a landslide for the side of Ackerman is now an even matchup for the side of Dark Immortals. They are immortal indeed, having a second chance to win this game. The Lord is crashing down. They are looking for a play, but look at the Bush Wheezy.
Oh my goodness, a play indeed. The way the Dragon connected with the Heart Guard. Izumi able to get a kill onto Godwin. Kush jumping into the fight. Gold Lane Zia able to take a kill onto Introvert in the process. Zia taking a kill onto Shadowkey as well. Fight not over though. A bad situation for Dark Immortals as Izumi secures a kill onto China, leaving only Lord Hash by himself and deciding to recall. A wise decision to try and fight off the full team of Ackerman on this possible finish.
Man, and it all started from that Bush play from Cho that I pointed out before you were able to take it. Just look at the Cho now. It's over. It's over.
Accepting defeat. Just bowing down to the Kings of the Hill, and Ackerman, wasting no time at all, is going to go ahead and take the game.
Wow. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the strongest showing from a team up against the side of Ackerman. Dark Immortals kind of a little disregarded, right? After their last performance up against TSC, I want to believe it was, or it might have been the Fairies. I can't remember. I think they got swept in their last outing out here. But to come up against Ackerman, right, and take an 18-minute match, especially against Kush on this Fanny. I mean, Kush had a game, don't doubt it, but the side of Dark Immortals putting up a lot of fight, even almost swinging this game back in their favor, but some costly mistakes, not enough vision provided, right, on Azumi on that back line.
Definitely an interesting match indeed, and they almost pulled it off. I was really hyped at the ending there. I really thought they were going to be able to kind of sneak that game in, but like we said, that pressure of Ackerman just very hard to deal with, and they are able to maintain that title. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end, as we have another team jumping in, waiting to go up against the current Kings, and who other than actually, no, is it Dark Immortals the last one?
No, we got Dan Vac ready to hop in.
Oh, Dan Vac stepping in for the first time? Oh,
yes, sir.
You heard it. You heard it from the MLSA staff themselves and Coach Deku and Rim. This is definitely another interesting match indeed, as we haven't seen. I don't believe we've seen them compete, right?
No, we haven't. This is the first outing for them.
This is the
and they're
first
going against Ackerman for their first night.
Yeah, this is about to be insane. So definitely grab your popcorn, get your drinks. Don't go nowhere. Don't fall asleep, as tonight is a late show, and we'll be right back with you guys momentarily.
Love you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. To forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Love you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Always on my mind, always in my brain, yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, oh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. Forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Oh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to. when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are stopping into our final venture in the Land of the Dawn for King of the Hill Mobile Legends Scrim Academy scrims. This is going to be an interesting match indeed. We do have a closeout over by the side of Ackerman, and they are going to be going up against Damvac Esports. This is the first time we have ever seen Damvac compete in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, so definitely going to be pulling some stats today and seeing if they have what it takes to go against one of the top teams, if not the best team in the MLSA. But you know, without wasting any more time, let's jump in to the draft.
Love is like blood.
Absolutely, and the teams are beating us 2 or 3 picks already. On the ban list, Fanny, Carmilla, and the Joy. Definitely got to take out that Fanny, right? They probably saw what Kush just did to the last team. A little insane what he can manage to do with those steel cables. Very cutthroat player indeed on the Fanny. The Carmilla also getting taken out. Has been kind of a highly contested pick on the Prio ban or pick as well. Some pretty insane stats coming out from Carmilla. Speaking of insane, Kaja does get taken out. The Divine Judgment has been let through a couple times tonight. A little more than I'm used to or was willing to expect, but now not going to get that opportunity.
Definitely not going to get that opportunity. I think maybe a little bit of a watch on last match for the side of Ackerman, as Kush was on fire with that Fanny. So definitely not wanting to let that slide through. And it looks like they are going to finalize the first phase of the bans on the side of Damvac, taking out that Valentina. They do have first pick at their disposal, but like I said, when you kind of ban that out, there are still some options on the table. Leomord available. Martis still walking, and the question is which one of these is going to be allowed in their hands. Possibly not banning out either for the side of Ackerman may be their game plan. I'm definitely wondering what they're going to do jumping into the first phase for this draft.
To me, fun is all that matters.
And there you have it. They are not going to ban out either, and they're going to take out that Wan instead. Definitely interesting indeed. And I think the plan was if one's going to walk, both are going to walk. And we're going to at least take something from that trade. Now, the question is, what will the side of Damvac prioritize? Do you take the Martis? Do you take the Leomord? Definitely interesting indeed. Maybe taking up that Martis may work a little bit better in their favors. You don't have that Kaj that kind of work against it. And it looks like they have that same type of mentality as Hell TZ is going to go ahead and secure Martis in the possible jungle position.
Right now, the hovering picks we see aren't exactly what I'm expecting to get locked in. Granger, Nathan, definitely not something you would expect from the side of Ackerman, especially not this early, quickly switching the Grok. I would expect they did use the Grok, I do want to say, in the last match, I believe, or in one of their series tonight. Grok has been a very strong pick for a couple teams and definitely a strong pick in the hands of Ackerman. Kush right now hovering over Yi Sun Shin, but I would expect maybe to see the Leomord. I mean, he is free, unless maybe they'll slot it in later. Probably expecting them not to take it, but they switched to the Eve. And this was only the 3rd showing of Eve in the MLSA, and actually the first time off of Nova Core. The other 2 appearances coming from Who Is Peter, but tonight looking like it might go into the hands of Ago.
Oh man, definitely been seeing how well Eve has been placing in the MLSA. Definitely has every time I see an Eve on a team, they usually win the game. So a little bit more of a slight advantage to the side of Ackerman, but they do have Martis at their side on Damvac, and we know how much of a force he can be inside of that possible jungle position. But no, they are going to take that power play and take up the Leomord. They have taken 2 strong picks as Ackerman kind of let that slide through, and I'm wondering right now, do they have a plan for it? Like we said, sometimes Scrim is you use a Scrim Academy, you use tournament lobbies to kind of practice for future events. If you have an answer to the Martis, if you have an answer to the Leomord, you want to test it out here. That way, when it comes to the big leagues, you are able to pull it off. And I think that's the plan for Ackerman right now, is to see how can they work against what is known as current meta.
Absolutely what is current meta. Speaking of current meta, something that's not on the meta list out of these picks is Kadita, but an interesting pick nonetheless. Definitely not a Lilia, but has the same kind of escapability, right, on the Kadita, facing off against Kush on this Gujin that might potentially go into the jungle. Gujin has been open actually for, I believe, every single match tonight. And this is the first time we're going to see him. He'll be in the hands of Kush, going to face off against Super Kuna on this Leomord. We haven't seen this matchup too often. I'm a little interested, right, to see how this will work out. You have that the Mortal Coils, right, from Mars to kind of disrupt if he tries to go in combo with that Incandescence. Also, the Kadena being able to slip and slide with that skill 1 and being able to maybe land a knock-up Petri combo on Kush once he commits. Speaking of knockups, there is combos from the side, right? We've seen this Grok and this Eve combo from the side of Novacore before, right? We've seen the layering, right? The possibilities are there. Speaking of possibility, Beatrix going to get locked in, the high prio marksman currently in the MLSA.
Yeah, you do see Yukihara locking in that BN. A possible response on the Brody, a marksman we haven't really seen yet, but no, a little bit of a switch in decision and starting to hover over a couple of choices. But the question is, who will they lock in? If they do lock in Brody, that's my battle twin. Man, I literally, you know, I'm waiting for that Wheezy Brody skin to come out. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully in the distant future they can make that. But enough about that. We are seeing Brody actually being locked in. And another thing for the first time ever, this might be the first Brody we've seen for the MLSA. And Estes.
In Estes, some crazy picks getting taken out. But another one of those picks we've seen rising lately is that Lapu, right? Gonna have a task upon him to get into that back line. Get on top of Yukihara, maybe force out Gur to pop that super bonding, right? The ultimate from Estes, nice and early. Maybe give a chance for Super Kuna in High Teasy to find something on these two high burst champions in Martis and Leomord. But we are going to be heading into the match now. Two teams poised for a win. Damvac, their first go-around in the King of the Hill. Their first go-around in the MLSA, period, right? This is our first time seeing them tonight, and they're going up against none other than Ackerman, the heavyweight champions in the MLSA, a formidable team, world caliber talent on that side there. And for Damvac, I mean, don't get nervous. Stage fright. You're facing quite the team, but got to make that good first impression, right?
Definitely got to make that good first impression. And what better way to do it than against one of the best teams in North America, Ackerman. But like we said, we haven't seen Damvac play before, so I'm curious on their play style. Do they play safe? Are they an overly aggressive team? Teams that kind of don't focus on objectives are going to have a little bit of a harder time on Ackerman, a team that knows how to kind of make every little mistake work in their favor. But like we said, they have some power picks on the side of Damvac right now. They have Leomord, they have Martis to kind of work in their favor. But a scary thing to say is Kush locked in that Gushin. And not just any Gushin, this will be Gushin inside of the jungle, that assassin jungle. So definitely an interesting time deep. But Leomord able to get that job done just a little bit faster is what we are going to be seeing here. But I really am curious how these fights will kind of fare off. But a little bit of early aggression on the Shadow Stampede.
Absolutely. Speaking of the early fight, Super Kuda trying to run down Grok here. No wild charms available. Flicker is gone. Not going to be able to get away. Speaking of not getting away, a kill in the top lane. 2 kills fall into the hands of Ego on this Eve. What a start. That's 3 kills quick on the board for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, you definitely see Ackerman taking that slight advantage 2-1 right now. And they are going to quickly try and burst down this tower. Only 1 minute and 47 seconds in and stripping it of almost all its gold. You do see Turtle spawning in 6 seconds. A little bit of a possible clash in the mid lane. This LTZ using that Mortar Coil.
Ooh, and we do see the Incandescence coming out from Kush. The kill gonna fall into the hands of Eve. They are still holding that ultimate. Chose rotating Brave fighter stance into the Raging Slash on top of the Eve, but the damage is not connecting. The stun will do nothing. It won't stop the ult, but he does get the shutdown. Kush though trying to find the trade, not gonna be able to get it. Actually, he does pick up that kill, and what a fight. But meanwhile, Super Kuna does pick up that turtle, calls in the Stampede. Now knows Kush doesn't really have much options here. He's super low, connects with him over the wall, but here comes the ultimate from SSA. Now can turn, but Kadena finding a way over there, gonna miss on that ultimate, but the waves come back. Does give an option for Martis to hit that decimation, takes out Kush there. The side of Damvac on a roll, but the wild charge coming out from Azumi on the rotation is gonna pick up that kill on LTZ right there. Oh my goodness, these teams are going at it neck and neck. And I have to say though, for the side of Damvac, this is insane, right? To be fighting off against a team like this early.
Definitely insane indeed. 3 to 5 right now, not too far down in terms of kills, but definitely in the favor of Ackerman. They do have that Estes whose heals get even stronger the later the game goes, and maybe even harder to deal with as they progress. But nonetheless, like we said, they do have some advantages. You have that Martis, you have that Leomord, and definitely a strong draft from the side of Damvac. But we've never seen them play before, so we have to see how they kind of rotate. But in terms of objectives, definitely leaning in the favor of Ackerman as they strip that gold lane down and they're trying to prioritize that synergy around Yuki. But speaking of synergy, how TZ getting a kill on to Izumi, a little out of place.
Absolutely a little out of place. Speaking of a little out of place, Weez, I don't know if you noticed, but the Mart has been playing the roam. It took me a little while to realize we weren't seeing Mart in his usual positions right now. He is on that tank position. Speaking of positions here, the side of Ackerman looking potentially make something happen, but the side of Damvac giving a little awareness here to their gold laner. But in the XP, the tower does fall, and on the top side, they're looking to make it fall as well. But Kush getting caught out by Radish on the Kadita, and now how TZ getting the green like to go and make something happen, but no members there with him. But what an insane ambush, what a play. Speaking of plays here, we do see the XP laners chose with that brave stance, forcing out the wild charge from Izumi there. So much action going on right now.
You do see this turtle being pushed in over there by the side of Damvac. A wise decision indeed, with the advantage of that separation.
Speaking of separation, we do see the real world manipulation down, trying to cause a little bit of chaos amongst the members. Kadita going in real quick, maybe to make the members separate. Speaking of separate, we do see on the opposite side, Cho's picking up a kill in the bot lane, along with that turtle. Frog getting punished. Trust up in the gold lane is also getting punished. Members are dropping left and right. Objectives are getting taken, and another kill. Points to the head of how T's Kadita trying to find a little bit more. Not gonna be able to connect on that kill. The trades, the turtles, the towers. There's so much going on. Brock right here might be making a mistake looking at Chose, but Chose is going to choose to disengage.
Man, fights going all across the map, like 3 fights at once. Definitely intense, but it is 7-6 in favor of Damvac.
It is, and almost another kill in the favor of Damvac, forcing out another wild charge from Grok right now. I don't know if we're seeing a little bit of a counterplay to that Grok in the XP lane from the Wapu, but speaking of counterplays, we do see Ackerman right now maybe setting up something in the gold lane. Yuki Hara right now getting some backup from Kush, unknowns to the Brody up here in the top lane. Now sees all the members, but does Kush see the Leomord to know he doesn't? The Stampede almost catching Kush off guard, and that might have almost been a kill for the side of Super Kuna. But hold up here, how TZ now showing up with Radish, the ultimate forced out from Estes. They will not have this anymore if the side of Damvac decides to go for another engage, but they're going to go ahead and fall back here.
You do see a little bit of a disengagement right there, but Damvac trying to push into that tower onto Kush and Ego, but you do see robot manipulation going down.
We do see it go down, and it's just there to clear the minions so far. Kush not going to go too far past that, but the side of Ackerman, like we said, they've been forcing on this gold lane, the mid lane getting pressure. But speaking of pressure, in the top side, though, it looks like the members of Ackerman might be here getting cornered. Yuki Hara with the flicker is going to find the kill with the Nubu's passion, but he's going to get traded right back out by how TZ. So Makuna is going to find Ando down there on the invader. Double kill on Kush, looking for more. Might get the triple, forcing Izumi low, so low. Chose and Kush still on the chase, a triple kill, falling to the hand of Super Kuna on this Leomord. He's performing exceptionally. The Stampede is running over the side of Ackerman as he now decides to put his attention on that blue buff.
Wow, Damvac showing a strong presence right now. 11-7, taking the lead in terms of kills. Also going for that turtle, as you do see Ackerman trying to make their way to that neutral objective. You do see Martis with the Radiant Armor already going for some physical defense as well, and also able to secure this neutral objective on Leomord in Damvac's favor. Looking at Eve, definitely has that Enchanted Talisman for some additional CDR, some tough boots to kind of negate that slowness. Gushin getting that Genius Wand to kind of rush in with the Arcane Boots, enough to kind of burst down any hero, even with the Athena Shield or the Radiant Armor. Definitely one of those heroes that kind of paves the early way, and we know Kush can kind of perform on it, but having a little bit of a harder time with this match as it's slotted as their jungle. We usually see Kush kind of run it on that mage position, but right now a KDA of 1, 4, and 3. Speaking of items, though, you do see Ice Queen Wand being picked up, a little bit of a wild charge for an escape.
We do see the wild charge coming down for the escape. They are able to disengage here. No one's going to go down, but the tower is going to go down to the hands of Neri up there in the top lane. Finally, Juan is having to trade out there, but Kadita finding Eve. But the return play, the Estes Hills in the real world is going to drop down. And reality has set in on Radish. He will not be able to find that kill. The rest of Damvac now grouping up, but it's a 5v4. It's the fight they want to take. It looks like the brain fight of the Stampede. The flicker in. Oh my God, the raising slash and followed up by Leomore with the Stampede is going to pick up that kill. Looking for more. The thrill right now with the horse. He's still trying to find some. He's got the horses in the back. He's forced down on the back line, but it's going to get taken out by Kush. This might have been ill-advised. The members of Damvac are falling. They get wiped out there. Only 3 more members surviving. Kadita is back up, but not going to be here for the fight in time. Damvac might have cost themselves whatever momentum they had just created for going up against Ackerman.
Looks like Ackerman wasting no time trying to take advantage of the situation and pushing the minions down the mid lane. You do see Lord spawning in 20 seconds, and it looks like they are prepping for some early zonage, taking out that Lethal Wanderer, keeping Chose and Radish out of that area as it is 14 seconds till it spawns, and definitely in their favor. Only down by 2 kills. Malefic Roar being picked up by Yukihara to have an additional pin. Already picking up that Blade of Despair to work that little dynamic combo, DPS and the pin. The clash possibly on that tower. Looks like that was an early robot manipulation. Not able to make most of it, and maybe this might be the fight that they would want to take on the side of Damvac. But no, that is going to allow some time for that to respawn back, and Ackerman just waiting for the aggressive nature of Damvac to push in, and they decide not to. But there you go, a little rush in.
Ooh, but that was not the play. You want to go for it quickly, taking out Radish on the Kadita. Now, the members of Ackerman are looking to push down on this mid lane. They do have the ultimate from SSN. Hold up. Stampede coming in from Kuna, but not going to have much support. The members of the side of Damvac are already low. This fight was over before he even decided to take it real world. Setting that reality wall coming in. The members of Ackerman are going to shift their focus over here to the world. Potentially, Kuna still trying to find something, but there's not really much to be had as the Stampede is about to run out. But the side of Ackerman looking to engage on the fight. There was passion cut off from Ackerman. The Renner shot connecting, wild charge, out tower, down, in the back line is Chose, the raging slash. He's trying to find Yukihara, but the flicker comes into play. He is going to safely disengage, but Kush is going to pick up that Lord. In the meantime, Renner's Ebony is going to connect with Neri on the Brody, and that is going to be the story for that Lord falling into the hands of Ackerman with no members going down from either side.
Speaking of Kush, locking in that Divine Glaive, and definitely he's going to have to watch out for him as he will be able to burst down even the beefiest of Magic defensive heroes. You do see Hunter Strike being picked up by Yukihara. Possible clash. Shadow Stampede goes in.
The Stampede is coming in right now, and you do see it was looking like they might potentially go for the engage. They do force out the SS ult, though, so that might be enough maybe to defend this tower. We do see Beatrix shifting over to the Renner shot. Might be looking to go for some range pill here. Real world setting in on the side of Damvac. They do secure the siege. Kush picking up the kill on Super there on the Leomore. That is a member down with Lord still up 5v4, but the side of Ackerman is not looking like they're really going to push too hard on this. Didn't have enough HP on that Lord to make something happen, but it does look like they might shift over to the mid lane. Again, they still have the numbers. They still have the advantage. 1 minute there defending that mid wave, and right now they have it crashing down, still in the buff, and going for the tower. Multitasking is Ackerman right now. Chose knocking out the defense. This guy has to give this up willingly. That has no choice right now. And the members of Ackerman are still pushing forward. A member down from the side of Damvac, still 5v5 still in play. They might go for more. A wall down, looking for something, being patient. Minions are out the way though. More minions on the way. Sniper still coming in from Yukihara though. Looking for more. You have the Eve, you have the high ground. The siege is still impossible. And the members right now maybe going for potential clashes. It's the Cold War right now. A lot of words being exchanged, not a lot of hands, not a lot of action, but the side of Ackerman is going to decide to retreat.
12 right now, but definitely in the advantage of Ackerman, able to take that Lord, able to push in these towers, leaving Damvac down to their inhibitors, and this is a dangerous situation. Close in kills though, a little impressive, especially with them having the 3-fighter composition. You have that Marta slotted in as the roam, which makes him kind of lack a little bit in the CC area. You do have Kadita to kind of make it up with those rough wild waves though, but you are going up against that Estus, the blessing of the Moon Goddess, to kind of heal the whole team in those tricky situations. Speaking of Estus, a possible clash underway as Ackerman starting to make their way toward the side of Damvac's jungle.
They are starting to find a way into the jungle. Kush has the daggers on going in, but this might have been a misplay from the side of Kush. Kush is taken out by Norris. Norris is now picking up the kills to 5v4, but it looks like the members of Ackerman quickly disengaging. I don't think they expected that from Kush. I don't even think Kush expected that from Kush, but now we do see him down. The members of Ackerman obviously going to retreat there.
Definitely a retreat and a little bit of an aggressive play not working in their favor. 13-12 right now in favor of Danvac. Looks like both teams are going to try and contest this blue buff. Maybe going in for the fight, like a little bit of dance around it.
Potentially, a lot of the teams standing off again, a little Cold War phase, but Grok may be looking hungry. Hold on here, How Teasy was slow. Looks like he won't commit to that just yet. The Lord is up in 5 seconds. A good decision there to go ahead and back off, reset. Kush is now back on the map. So to go ahead and take care of these waves ahead of this Lord.
Yeah, you do see Lord in play. Luminous Lord, 13 minutes in. Hawsclaws being picked up over there by Beatrix for the sustainability to be able to remain in these fights without having to recall. You see the heavy defensive stance over there by that Martis Realm with that Radiant Armor, the Dominance Ice. You're looking at Leomord, has all the pin kind of needed for this fight. War Axe, Hunter Strike, and also Malefic Roar. Clock of Destiny, Arcane Boost, Lightning Truncheon combination over there by Kadita. But Luminous Lord in play. It looks like Ackerman does have the zones of Flicker Wild Charge.
A Flicker Wild Charge and things are getting wild as these Stampede in, but Kush is also in, going to pick up the kill. S is going to hit the Moonlight of Godness. Grok dangerously low, but the hills are coming into play. Yuki Haru is going to find a kill on Radish right now. Kush looking for more right now. The members of Danvac are falling. Kush is still hungry. Bloodlust in his eyes. Yuki Haru is going to find the Renner shot. EU trying to catch some more members of Cho, but they've already done enough damage. 3 members down. No members down for the side of Ackerman. They're deciding. It looks like they're going to say forget the Lord and let's go ahead and get this mid inhibitor. Might go for the end here. All they have is Nuri and Cho's. No front line available. And Nuri not going to do much on this Brody Cho's. The ultimate is still in play. He's going to have to go in quick. There's 2 minions down. Kush is already down on Norris. Norris might be dead, but the Brave Fighter is going in. Kush picked up Norris. It's just the side of Chose here against 4 members of Ackerman. The Moonlight Goddess is in play right now. They're not going to be able to find a kill. They're all down, but the members are trying to spawn in, trying to defend the phase, but Ackerman knows they can't get there in time, and the game is going to go into Ackerman's hand.
Whoo! What a game indeed. What a finish! And nonetheless impressive by the side of Ackerman with world champions on their side and definitely a hard draft to go against. But Danvac definitely played okay. It was a little interesting on their composition, taking that Martis as the roam. First time I've ever really seen that on the MLSA. Not first time ever, but MLSA-wise, definitely a little record on that. Tonight was insane. I appreciate everybody kind of tuning in and showing up. For those who don't know, this is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We host scrims and also provide the opportunity for teams to compete on a professional platform and get prepared, kind of paving that way toward North American MPL. I have been cast today as play-by-play and also analyst, and alongside me, the amazing Coach Deku doing the same thing. I appreciate you today, Deku! Definitely a good show indeed. But that is going to be the end of tonight. If you guys do want to catch us live again, we will be going live again tomorrow for scheduled scrims, as you'll be seeing some of these top teams in North America continue that competition in a best-of-3 format. We will be live around 8 p.m. Central or Eastern time to get that going. So, guys, thank you so much. If there's any teams out there that are interested in signing up, make sure you guys register by joining us officially on our Discord server, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Register your teams there. If you don't have one, we even have a spot to provide you a place to look for some amazing teams, such as you've seen today. A lot of these teams are looking for members, so don't be afraid to stop by and join the amazing community. Also, outside of that, we are looking for some additional casters to join the mix for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So if that is up your alley and you want to step into the professional scene as a caster officially for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, register on our Discord now. As always, guys, I appreciate y'all. Until next time, take care of yourself, take care of each other. See ya! Peace!